Austin, how are you? 2 times on lives today. Pushing it. And it's so warm in the office at night in the evening because the sun is like right here. Alex, how are you? Austin, Alex, if you want to jump on, let me know. I sent you the link. I'm just going to send it to you. Force invitation. Okay, looks like Alex, you're It's been a good day. Stream today. We ran my first break. Went well. So like learning which buttons to push and like what happens when. That was good. But it's always easier when you're with the VeeFriends family. So kind of can help you out. Sounds good. I run a 6-box manga sticker break, pick a character, auctions, starting at $1. And then I sold 3 single boxes, like personal ones to people, and ripped them. So it was good. It was good. I think it was like 2.5 hours. Longer than I thought it would take, but lots of like chit chat and like getting to know people, some new people in there, which is always cool. And then just getting used to streaming more. And then after packing everything, and then Keiko's. I made you a mod in my stream today and you didn't show up. You get that chance one time, you know? It's chit chat. But while I was packing and everything, I was trying to, you know how Gary always says, document, don't create. So I tried to like put my camera in different angles, but I was like packing stuff and like just to have B-roll. And then there's a couple of videos I want to make around like shipping and fulfillment, how to do your cards, all that kind of stuff. CK goes and I get too many notifications. I get a notification from Whatnot, and then I go in there and I didn't get a DM. There's no show that started, and like it wasn't tagged in anything. And I'm like, why do I get a notification right now? I'm really bad at documenting things because everything takes longer. Like when you're packing and then making sure like you have a camera on in different angles and stuff to film yourself while you do the things you do anyways. It's a longer process and everything takes a bit longer. But now I have like different B-rolls and stuff I can play with and then create around that. But so it's probably gonna 5-6 pieces of content I can make out of that. So that was a good one. Besides also like clipping parts of the stream itself. So I'm gonna get better at that. Also need to get better at like clipping this stream. Like I've never really clipped the stream because it's like so many hours to go through. Just like one day I will. I know, Keikos. I'm just gonna keep you a mod in my stream, so no, Keikos. That's gonna happen. One day there'll be a mod in there, and I'm gonna regret it. Like Soggy was a mod. We all know how that went, right? That also X won't let me post stuff. I wanted to respond to somebody. Do you guys ever have that where you send something on X or Twitter and then it said it didn't send? And you try over and over again and just won't send? It's like, what's going on? I canceled out of the app and came back in and nothing. It's like, I'm just gonna give up. I will clip just your exhausted face and I'm gonna make a whole gallery out of it. I should totally do that. Just like all the like in between faces that people make, print them all out and put them all over my wall. And that's my new crazy wall then. There you go. Best idea ever. It's me. Holy moly. What am I missing? Who was I supposed to message? I think I'm good. It was a good day. The only thing is like, while I do want to get more into streaming, especially like if you run breaks and stuff, you have to set stuff up front, then you run the break, then you have to organize everything, sleep everything up, get everything ready for the meal. And it ended up, my whole day was just about getting ready for the stream, doing the stream, packing up. Then I made dinner real quick, cleaned up my office after the break because there's stuff everywhere. And then I got back on stream. So I didn't really get anything else done. So it's kind of a drawback. Okay, I know. It yeah, I was like, first Gary was like, yeah, we're gonna do sports cards in series 2, and I'm like, whatever. Like, I'm not a sports person. I'm like, I clearly don't need more series 2. And then in one post he was like, I'm gonna drop so much alpha or something like that. And I was like, freaking Jerry. So I don't know how long the stream is tonight because you all know I love alpha. I need to know everything about everyone all the time. Hey there, how are you? I never know how to completely say your name correctly. Galician? Galician. I know, that Jerry guy. Call him Jerry from now on. But, so, usually, like, if I have something to say, I usually, like, text sorry. That's, like, my go-to. When I wanted to text him something. But my last message in there was from Jerry. His post, like, you know, where he sends out, hey, there's gonna be a stream tonight. So I texted that number. I deleted it as soon as I saw that I was the wrong person. I don't know if the person still got it. So cool beans. So I know. It was good times. Check who you're messaging. You know? I swear to God. And then I almost did it again because he again like sent some link for some stream, and I wanted to message my husband about if he could bring some milk home on the way home. No, almost. I'm just gonna send Team Gary B. Hey guys, can you send me some milk over on your way home? It would be really sweet. We tortured a teacher in high school whose first name was Jeff. That's it. Jeffrey. Jeffrey? Geoffrey? That's how you say it? Geoffrey? I'm not going to say that. I said it too many times now. I'm so glad that you're enjoying this one. Jeffrey, you wrote it so I'm glad you're warm for today. What else happened today besides the stream? Not much. My office is still clean. I cleaned up right after the stream. I'm trying to like keep it organized. Let's see how long that takes. But it's definitely better to not have a desk. Like I had an extra desk in here for the stream to have stuff to put down for the break and stuff and to organize after. And instantly that thing got full of stuff. So I'm like, no, that desk instantly leaves again. It's not happening. So just having my small standing desk where nothing but like my laptop, my phone, and like coffee or water fits on, it's the best decision ever for me. If I can't make it messy, it's the best. Oh, so much better. Okay. What's happening this week? Tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't know. You mean the table? 2 funky? Welcome to English. It means this unless you may not, but not all the time. Only if we want to punish a 6-year-old who's trying his best to learn the rules, only to find out. Don't get me started on English, man. Half the stuff makes no sense. You learn one rule and then you have a word where the rule is completely out of order. It's like, come on, guys. Yeah, so my it's like a rollable. I don't know if I can show you. Move you guys around. Things down. It's a rollable and adjustable desk. And it's just big enough to have like my laptop on there and set my phones, have a drink. And that's the best choice I ever made. In the beginning, I only needed it to like move things around, or when I needed a table to like make content when I was like sitting and like showing something, but I wanted it in front of like my shelf. I don't want to constantly move my table around, but now I decided to just take my computer table, like my actual desk out of the room, because it just ends up being messy. It's just like every time I have flat surfaces, I'm going to put something on there and then I'm just going to leave it there and I'm going to deal with it later. And then later never happens. Until I have no space whatsoever. And then I just shove things everywhere. God is jaw, Jesus is Jesus. Right, Alex? Like it's just I just know how I like. I was so proud of me that I cleaned up after the break and after I shipped everything, put everything together for shipping tomorrow. That it's completely where it's supposed to be, everything. But also like this time I really like I cleaned. I took everything out in every freaking shelf, and so everything had its spot. So when you clean up, now you know exactly where it goes. A lot of that stuff that I took out ended up in my other office. We're not talking about that office because you can't walk in it right now, because that's a disaster. There's boxes everywhere and collectibles I don't want to do. So there's that. But that's why you have two offices. You always have one clean and the other one is like, that's so mean. The thing is too, when you start cleaning up, you forgot where it is. The worst. When people with ADHD clean up their space, they then forget where stuff is. Versus when it's unorganized, I know exactly where stuff is. It's awful. It makes no sense to every other person, but I totally get it. I can say Thursday something. Like I'm missing something this week. Also, next week, I don't know if we're gonna make might be a smaller or shorter stream. Next Wednesday, Emmy starts school, and I know school transition is always a rough one for us. So I think she might need me that night before school starts. So I will keep you guys posted if we're doing next week, or if we do just like a earlier one or shorter one. If I move the day, think about it. Think about it. I don't like canceling. I like talking to you guys and seeing you guys. So it's kind of cool. Well, that's happening this week. I feel like I'm missing something this week. Where's my calendar? I'm missing something. Nope. Well, I guess it's fun. Staying adaptable. That's right. That reminds me. I need to edit episodes for Trade Talk. It's so bad. I'm telling you, like I have too many projects right now, and I need to just get my shit together. Pure super sticker books, right? It's so Alex. I think it has gone down drastically in the last where I feel like a week and a half ago, you still saw them sell for like 175 to sometimes 200. Right now, I think we're close to 150, something even lower. Gary posted one of the, well, what was part of one of the posts from one of the shops in Jersey, and they were selling it in store for 125. That was really cheap. Granted, there's like a shop here and there. They want to get rid of their inventory and they'd try to sell them cheaper then. Versus like a breaker. I mean, today there was a new breaker who did the manga boxes and they sold them for 200, but they only sold like 1 or 2. And they got cooked in there. Like they did a 6-box break and they got cooked in the beginning. I don't know if they ran another one after it, but those spots went for super low. But they also, I don't think they educated their people enough. They didn't have pictures up of it. They just had the names up, and that was it. So I think their community didn't really know what they were buying into. He showed a couple that he had opened earlier, but that wasn't really all of it. So I know, like, I saw a bunch of the community in there just buying up a ton of spots for like $3 to $7 for. Listen, like, I had really, some of my spots were really cheap too, but not like $3, $4. Like that was really, really low. Yeah, like if you must be really lucky if you get a box sold right now for $1.99. To be honest, it's really hard to move them right now. I don't know if it is. I think part of it is all the holders got their boxes at once, and then as soon as one person started selling them for cheap, to like because they wanted to move things fast, I think it's this whole the market is the market kind of thing. Just like when a certain store starts selling them for more, everybody else pulls after. The same happens, I think, the other way around. There's a lot of people who wanted to sell their stuff super fast, and so put them up for extremely cheap prices. And now that people know you can get them for that cheap, they are hesitant to buy and kind of wait for somebody is not going to be patient enough to wait and will want to sell fast before it drops even more. And I think right now, I think sadly a lot of the holders who have their boxes are driving the price down versus up. I don't think the product is bad, and I think people like the format of the breaks and that it's fun to buy in, and there's still tons of hits out. It dropped because there's so much product at the same time on the market, and none of them really. It's different with a breaker or a company who needs to have a certain margin and only get them at a certain price, versus all the holders got them for like $60 or 75. So they're okay dropping them for a really low price. And since holders got up to 2 cases, depending on how many NFTs you had, there's a lot of stuff out there. I feel like. I feel like there's still, I mean, I didn't count how many hits they are still out, but one of ones pulled, it can't be more than 10. I don't even think it's 10 of the 101s out of 56. It's 54 characters, and then Curry and Gary. So total of plus the dual auto. So I feel like there's still plenty of hits left. But again, it's also stickers versus cards. Most people are more into cards than stickers. Even though it's a Stephen Curry one, there's a lot of people who don't even know about the product because he hasn't really talked about it at all. He hasn't really been seen with it besides him signing them. And then it's also not, I know that I heard that some people want NBA licensed Curry things versus just like a random thing he does. So that could be part of it too. And I think that's just not enough people who know about it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens once VeeFriends actually starts breaking it. I know they wanted to today and then they switched it, I assume, because of Gary starting to stream. But if that gets it back up, because they get more people in their streams and like Gary sends it out to like his group text and stuff, and if he's on, there's more people going to be on. So I don't know if that's going to bring in a new buyer pool and more people are going to be interested. But it's definitely, I think it depends on when you stream, what day, what time of the day. You can get lucky and like there's a big buyer and they buy it all, or a lot of them, or you can just sell them for really low. Oh, 15 to, that's a lot. I didn't realize that. No, there's still like a ton. I mean, it's still such a fresh product. I think because streaming is so easy now, and there's no more. It's not like Fanatics where you like had to be a big baker to get to Fanatics. Like Whatnot is so easy to stream, and like it's encouraged by a lot of people to stream, and I like it. There's a ton of people now streaming. Like all hours of the day, you can find a VeeFriends stream, and most of them are with the stickers. So I feel like there's a bit of buyer's fatigue on top of everybody getting their own. Everybody who already likes VeeFriends already get their own, through the drop, which is great to get them. But I think people also got so many that you don't really necessarily need to buy into any other breaks anymore if you don't want to. Like, why would I buy into a break when I got my cases, my boxes for 60 and 75? So I think that's just, it was too easy for VeeFriends people who like to buy into breaks to get their own to then buy in. It's my prediction. That's what's going to happen right now. Profit, how are you? Again, I think it's still a fun product. It's a fun, easy, fast rip. It sells out, like the break goes a little faster because it's less spots. Seth, how are you? But it's definitely, it needs more buyers. Once you start having bigger print runs with things, you need a certain amount of buyers to make it work. I agree, bro. He is. Why am I getting a message? Oh. School newsletter. Oh, good. Anybody wants to jump on, let me know, and I get you guys the link. Well, yeah. We'll see how it goes. I just feel like, especially in the last week or so, it has gone down drastically. And even if you want to just sell your whole case, like you put it up and like 3 minutes later, there's 5 others who put theirs up for like a couple hundred less than you to sell theirs. So I think it's tricky right now. I think the thing is too, when it first came out, and we all didn't have our cases yet, I think we all saw like on eBay, see some cases sell for like $3,500, which sounded ridiculous. But like a lot of the boxes still sold for like 200 plus. So I think a lot of us who just got their cases kind of almost had the expectation it would be like that, because we all saw Chrome and like it went up and up and up and it never came down. And so I think maybe there was a bit of an expectation that the same would happen, but like I didn't think it would drop this fast. Reholder available. Reduced demand on streams and in stores. Stores and streamers who are new to VeeFriends with burn. It's going to be fun. Yep. I definitely can see like the streamer today that I went into. I've never seen them before. They usually do Pokemon stuff. They tried to sell them for, again, like they got smoked on their break. I don't know if they run a second one, because they opened a fresh case under the 6-boxer, and they had a bunch of the Curry as kind warrior, and we all know by now, like if you have a couple, it's going to be the rest of the case. So I know people wanted to run it back, and I could see then it's going higher, but really only for the Curry spot. But most spots went for like $3-4 for 6. Like that's very, very, you have to be buying in really low to make that happen, to not lose a ton out of it on that. So, but again, like it really depends on who's in your stream. Like if you have somebody like Stocks jump in, like he will always buy the Curry one and the Gary one for a lot of money. Versus today there was breaks where you could get those spots for $50. That usually doesn't happen. So it's really who's in your stream, who can you pull in, what time of day is it? It makes it hard. And there are stickers. Yeah, stickers is like Chrome is a completely different beast than a sticker is, even if it's with Stephen Curry. And I think the biggest disadvantage is that, again, he has not shown anything around the product. I think it would be a ginormous push if even just one video would be out there where he opens a pack. He doesn't even have to talk about it. Like the amount of reach he has would right now VeeFriends is pushing it out in canvas marketing, and then the streamers. But like nobody who's a fan of his, if they don't know canvas marketing or they don't know VeeFriends, they don't know about this collab. They don't know they even exist. So I think that's the biggest disadvantage, that even though it is a collab with him, he's not really doing anything with it. Besides, he has signed some of the stickers. Like, he didn't design them. There's not a picture of him on there. He didn't, like, it is with one of his companies, but it doesn't feel like it's with him. And I think that's the disadvantage of that it should have gotten a different push. And I think then this product would go like crazy. Because when some people started opening it, like the new streamers today, they were super excited opening it. They got excited every time like a crossover came out or one of the curry ones came out, and like it is a fun product. But if people don't know about it, then, and we all sell to the same people over and over, let's face it. So I think it's kind of I don't really know how to fix it, but I think that's the one disadvantage that we all thought would be a little more. It doesn't even have to be like a ton of interactive. It was like I said, like if even just one post, him opening a pack, he doesn't even have to talk about it, would get such a big push that there is a product that's not super expensive, that's easy to get. You can jump on a stream, you can go into different store location and get it. I think people would jump on that, but people just don't know about it. So I still think it's a cool collab, and it's cool for VeeFriends to have that name. It's just like maybe we all. I know, Soggy, twice in one day. Who am I? First, I don't stream in weeks, and then I'm not sure if I'm gonna jump on again tomorrow. Maybe. Just don't get anything else done when I stream. That's the only problem. Like yesterday when I just like chit chatted with everybody on stream, it's like, I'm gonna get some work done on the side. It's like, sure you are. Stream. So yeah, colored your card. Then it's all packed up tomorrow morning. It goes into the mail. I even signed it. Yeah, it's been good. It's been fun. Lots happening. It's a lot about the curve stickers. Chrome. I see more Series 2 breaks happening. I wonder if it is because there's been Chrome over and over, and like so many stuff, like people are wanting something different and not like do the same stuff over and over again. Again, because there's so many streams going on now. I mean, there was a ton of Chrome streams, but now everybody got the curry ones and the community all stream, and like the new streamers, all like the other streamers who got the product stream now too. Like there's just a lot of VeeFriends product all the time. So I wonder if people are just seeking out having a different product. Yeah. It's one thing I can watch a stream and work. It depends on the stream. Like if it's a community stream that I know the streamer well, then I usually gonna have conversation. Like if Soggy's streaming, or like To the Moon, or Steven's View, or Good Guys Collect, like I know I'm gonna talk with them. Like I'm gonna be in the chat and actually like going back and forth. But if it's like a bigger stream, then I usually I can watch, kind of look on the side like what's happening in the chat, but then I can get some work done. Like this morning when it was Tea with Gary Vee, like I don't even look in the chat at that point because there's just question after question after question. Like I don't really care about that. But I just listen to like what he's saying on the questions they come up, and then I can work. Like I can do that if it's not. But if I know if I know the streamer well, then I also know I'm going to know the people who are in the stream, and then I'm more likely to also want to read the actual comments that are in the stream. Especially like who is in the stream, like there's always certain people that make funny comments or you just banter with all the time. So it really depends on who's on. Yeah. what's happening. But streaming is fun. Like I feel like I'm always kind of nervous. I don't know what it is. Like usually I'm nervous to be on stream. Like right now, I'm on stream by myself and it's been like 30 minutes, and usually like I'm very subconscious about it. That's the right word. You know what I mean. Listen, like Justin, I always have quiet mode on in streams. So people don't know when I go into streams because I don't always want to be like, oh, it's Ian. It's like I just want to watch a stream. Okay. Don't talk to me sometimes. So I'm a ton in streams every day. I just don't say anything. Like because I don't always want to have. Sometimes I just want to like listen. I want to see how streams are going, how people are doing, and just like, lurking. Get all the alpha without having to engage. So I would need to stream all the time. You just don't know. But I was saying something else. Yeah. So easily distracted. Squirrel. Swear to God. Okay. I know. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, they're not talking. So usually I don't think I'm a talkative person, says the person who just talked for 30 minutes straight. I feel like in the past, it was really weird for me when nobody would come on stream with me. But I think especially the last 2 days, being on stream and knowing, like, yes, you can technically host somebody on stream with you and whatnot. It's not really that not everybody does that. Not everybody always has time, especially the times that I streamed the last 2 days. It's always when people are working. And so you get more used to talking all the time, which is good, which is something I need to learn. I want to learn. Like I want to be more. Like I don't want to be like annoying, talkative. I'm not like one of those people, but I want to be able to keep up a conversation, even though I don't have an actual counterpart, just like in the chat, and be okay with it without being nervous the entire time. I feel like we need to entertain people. So it's a skill I'm learning. I think it's a skill you can learn. To be encouraged. Snowball effect. I'm not sure so I know. Talking. See, streaming 2 days in a row, like open the box of the Pandora. Welcome to old Anne. Like an old, I mean, when I was a kid, I was like this. I wouldn't stop talking. We have a guest. Can you hear me?
Hello. I can.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Keith was like, well, I can. Keith was like, I have enough of Anne talking. Somebody needs to shut this woman up. I'm going to come on stream and make her stop talking.
No way. No, I've been piddling around. I meant to jump in here earlier. I've missed the last 2 weeks. I hate that I hadn't been around. I was watching, I got caught up in one of the streams online. Case Breaks I watched his, and then
or did they do Sapphire or Series 1?
He did 5 Sapphire boxes.
But they always do 5, right? Isn't that kind of a thing of this?
His is great. I enjoy it a lot watching that one. I think it's kind of cool to be able to have that many opportunities to be able to do that. I think it's the best value in my opinion, as far as if you're going to buy into one. As far as a lot of, like, I'm not buying any of the big major spots, but then I bounced around. Do you remember Joe, right? Joe Atang? Mm-hmm. He had a friend that was with him at National, and he's doing a live stream right now. His name's Pinocchio. He's the guy that won the comic book at Mikey JY gave away that Saturday night. Awesome. And I jumped on he's doing a stream right now. Well, DJ's in the chat. And so Kaufman's in the chat. So I got hung up in there a little bit before I came over. That's awesome though. But I like that new people are like jumping on stream and just getting more used to it. And also like seeing different streams. Just like different types of formats, different type of people. Like I love that there's a couple of people in the community who do more of like just chatting streams, on different, like, I think it's important to like, we're on this platform all the time, like to sometimes not feel like you have to buy all the time. Yeah, that's me. I have I've gotten out of the hat. I'm starting the save for Comic-Con. I'm hoarding. I'm going to start selling a few things here. I'm trying to decide if I want to sell some stuff to have some more money in it. It's one of those things I have the hardest time selling, or I'd rather give stuff away. I like giving stuff away, but I have got so much crap that, and I'm thinking, I'm starting to think in my mind, is it something that I want? If I sell this, am I going to want it back more so than
Mm-hmm.
I have, or whatever else this is that I want. I can't talk tonight for some reason. What do you say, Jolly? How are you?
What's up?
Jolly. But I'm the same, Keith. Like, there's a couple things that I feel like I don't need. They're great, especially they're like some of them are like more on the rare side, and I know that's not an easy thing to get back. But I'm like, I have
Like-
things to pay off. Yeah,
Like those three.
it's like,
I'd love
am I gonna regret it in like 5-10 years from now that I sold the stuff and I want it back? Like the thing is, like oftentimes, like right now, I'm okay selling it because I need that money to like go to the events, because like seeing the people is more important to me than having that cardboard.
right.
But like, am I gonna regret this in like 5 years down the road?
Just
If you ask Gary, the answer is yes. What's up?
yeah.
For what?
Let's say
Yeah, I think
Gonna regret it in 5 years.
but see, like the people are more, but it's hi there.
wow.
We're seeing
We just-
people,
Okay.
and it's the paying of debt. So I think Gary would agree with me on that.
Yeah. Our stream just had a major upgrade there for a second, Justin.
What's that?
And then she left.
Yeah,
And
I needed some company while she does homework. So
Yep. What do you say, J Lum?
Robert says, sell it all.
Caitlin, how are you? I saw you in there a second ago. Oh, you can't leave. You can't leave.
Man, I feel like I've been out of the loop. I haven't been like in the
Whiskey
loop.
is like, it's the other way around. People can go away. Cardboard is forever. Whiskey with a perspective.
Seth, you're doing well. Hope you're doing better. No soggy waffles. Saw him in here a second ago too. Bro fit.
Yeah, Brofit
So
definitely
many
says
people on.
Brofit definitely says sell it all.
He is. He's good at like that.
has
Whiskey.
a day ever been a good thing? Like when people are like, I've had a day. You've been like, oh, that's amazing.
No.
You're like, congrats.
We've all
Can you
had
imagine
a
the
day.
reaction to that
Yeah.
if somebody says that to you?
Been like, you're weird.
Ooh, spinal injection? What did I miss? That sounds painful. He says finally. Like that does not sound like it's a I want to have. Listen, I've never said I want to have a spinal injection. Okay, that's not
That just made my back hurt.
what's happened, Seth.
Yeah,
Are you in pain? Are you okay?
I think he's been in pain for a while. I think this is a needed relief.
Okay.
Oh man,
Mm,
my mom has a lot of back
yeah.
issues, and she has to get those injections too.
Was it like a muscle relaxer? No.
I don't
That's
know
why
what
you went in Chicago?
Hate that. Hated that. I was looking forward to getting to see him.
Well, I don't think I've announced it on X or not, but I do have an announcement.
You kind
You're
of did.
pregnant.
I kind of did. I did on Facebook,
Okay, well that's where I saw it.
probably. But so Friday is my last day teaching.
I think I saw it on it wasn't on Facebook though.
What they
Looks like
fire
an
you?
Insta. I
Maybe-
never check
maybe it
Facebook.
went- well, I do when sometimes when I share on Facebook, it shares it to Instagram on
Okay.
my personal page.
I'm pretty sure it was Instagram. I was
That
like,
may
I
be
never
why.
check Facebook.
But it kind of just fell in my lap in a way. I got a job as a mortgage loan officer working at this company. One of my friends is the president of the company, and he just posted on Indeed and was like, "Hey, we're hiring." So I reached out to him and was like, "Hey, I know I'm not qualified. I don't have a finance or business major or nothing like that." I said, "But I'm willing to learn and I'm teachable." So, and he was like, "Oh, he goes, I know you because we play softball at the church together. We, coach football together." He's like, "I know you. You're qualified." And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "All right, cool." I was like, he's like, "Let's get you in for an interview on Monday." This was not this past Friday, but the Friday before. And I was like, "All right, cool." So I was like, "What do I need to wear?" I haven't been on like a real job in a long time. Like, is it a suit? He's like, "Bring a suit." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, like this is big time now. I'm not used to all this." So I got in a suit, went down there, and went in there. I interviewed. I was probably in the interview for like, I don't even know if it was 10 minutes before they hired me. They didn't ask me about anything. The guy sat down, and of course, a lot of stuff he was like throwing at me was like the stuff Gary says. And I'm thinking in my head, is like, you're not telling me anything different that I've been listening and following and paying attention to. And then he was like, he started asking me he never even asked me about like what I did or anything like that. He just kind of was like, he heard me say something about my son, and he was like, "What's your why?" I was like, he's like, "Why do you want to get a better job to and more better paying job?" I was like, "Well, because my son." He's like, "All right, you're hired." He's like, "You have your why." And I was like, and then like my friend kind of like laughed and chuckled, and because he was like, "Huh?" And then the guy looks at him and goes, because he's the owner, and then my friend's the president, and then he looked at my friend and was like, "No, I'm being serious. He has his why. Like, either he can come in and work hard for his why, or not, and then that's on him." He's like, "But he seems like a person that wants to come in here and work." So it is I'm used to having just like a salary. So this is kind of like a 1099 like commission type deal. But he did help me out. He said, "Hey, I'll set you a base right now. So in case, just to make you feel comfortable making this jump over here, is like, I want to help you make money because you're telling me you want to do this. I want to help you." And I was like, "All right, cool." He's like, "So here's your base. But when we get you in here and you start closing some mortgages and stuff, is like, you're not even going to need this base anymore. You'll have your commission that you feel comfortable about." I was like, "All right." I said, "Man, I'm gonna trust you." Because like I can kind of read vibes off people sometimes, and I don't think I was getting the wool pulled over my eyes. You know what I mean? I felt like this was genuine, and I felt like this was an opportunity that I needed to get out of my comfort zone. Because like, as much as I wasn't getting paid at the school, and I've I've talked about it and I know that Slim gets tired of me talking about it on our podcast because I'm trying to let it out of me. But I finally was like, you know what? I can change the situation. Like, I can make this move. Not that I don't like, I love the school and I want to be a part of the school, but that even having that much love for it wasn't paying my bills. And I've been loyal for like I've been loyal a little longer than I should be to the school. And now I know it's not the school, my principal, it's the district that don't pay. Boils down to that. But so I was not really mad at my principal. I was just mad about the situation. I'm like, man, I'm about to have to leave a job I love, kids I love, kids I build relationships with, and I'm gonna have to leave this because I have to. Like, not because I want to, I have to. And that's kind of where I was a little bitter, I guess you can say, and was holding some things in me about it. But I feel good now that everything's out there. But the hardest part now is saying bye to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to go in there and just tell some of these kids. I mean, not that I don't work in like a bad type school,
Alex,
but like some of these kids, I may be the only person they come talk to and have I cut up with throughout that day. When they go home, they don't have anybody that talks to them about things. So that's the hard part about those type of kids that I know are in that situation. But the cool thing is, the main question that they've been asking me when I've told them I was leaving was, "Are you going to come back and visit us?" So that was good to hear. That's what they wanted. Like, it wasn't anybody anything. It's like, "Are you coming back? When you coming back?" They're like, "No, you're not leaving. You can't go to another job." And I was like, kind of got to. But so it's kind of bittersweet. But again, I need to get out of that comfort zone and go out there and see what I can do over here. So, and I start
I
that
think that's the
on.
issue too with.
What's that, Ann?
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I was just
I
going to
think
say,
that's the issue too with.
go
I
ahead.
love the delay. Go for it. No, go for it. I've talked too much today.
September 2nd is when I start. That's all I was going to say.
So next
Good time.
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So how long have you
congratulations.
been in school?
Oh,
Where you live?
we started back. Well, I started back at work when we came back from National on the I think the 4th, the next
Wow.
day. So, but we didn't start school until the 12th. So I've been in 3 weeks now. I think this is the 3rd week. So, and I mean, like I said, the job kind of just, I was looking for jobs, but this one just kind of like happened, and it happened real quick. Like, but again, so I feel like that's kind of how it was supposed to happen too. So it's a new journey, but everything that I've learned and read in Gary's books and day trading intention, like, I couldn't really use for what I'm doing on social media. Like, I'm not doing all that stuff. But now this job is going to make it where I can use that stuff now, because they want me to use social media. Because once I get in there and get my license, because I got to take a test after like 2 weeks, I'll get a license as a broker to do the mortgage loans and stuff. And I'll have to, like, they want me to use social media to like advertise myself as this. They want me to post videos, and they're like, "Yeah, they have a whole recording studio that they do a podcast in that they said I could use, and they in a place where you can record your videos for your social medias. They're like, we're going to teach you how to like run your LinkedIn. We're going to teach you how to get your Facebook, advertise yourself." And I'm thinking, oh, everything that I've listened to Gary about, just a simple example is like, if I post a video about some mortgages and it hits hard, I can use the money now to run an ad on it. I mean, I wasn't running ads on anything else that I was doing when videos would hit, so I can use these things that I've learned. I can try to use it now and see if it. Well, I'm not going to see if it works, because I know it's going to work. Like, but so
Awesome.
that's going to be cool to be able to do something a little different and be able to maneuver and control like what I'm doing, like the money. Like, I can control how much money I can make if I close these many loans. I'll get this much money. There's like. And it's a performance type base too. Like, you get paid immediately for your performance instead of having to wait, till yearly review or something like that. So it's just a
I think
different
that's a
environment.
huge difference. As a teacher, like, it doesn't matter how much more you love your kids or how much extra hours you put in, you're only going to make this much. It doesn't matter how good of a teacher you are, period. You're not getting paid more. Versus like this is like, the more you apply yourself, the better you get at something, the more you're going to see the rewards of it. And I feel like that's also pushing you to wanting to do more, to wanting to get better,
Yeah, because I can't go sit there and do nothing, because then I'm not getting paid. So, but it's definitely, I mean, I wouldn't have took the job if I didn't think I could do it or transform and learn what it is. Like, I would have never took it or even did, but I knew that like this was something that could put me in a different position in my, in my life. And, it could be something that, I mean, I might be a natural at it. Who knows? But So yeah, I've been busy with that, and then and I've been coaching football, which I did not plan to be coaching football, and I said I would volunteer to coach, and I didn't realize the commitment that it is either. This is 3 times a week from 6 to 8 at night, and
Oh wow.
and then games on Saturday when we start playing. And I'm like, oh man, I didn't know that was the schedule. That's a lot, but my son's on the team, so I get that. And I want to get back. That also keeps me working with kids and help. And a lot of these kids I actually used to teach, so it's kind of cool.
There you go.
Fun times.
I love that. Justin, what's new with you?
Just starting the new school year. A lot of changes. We've had to change schools for the little ones, so she's adopting to new environments, new people, new teachers. So that's always a fun journey. But yeah, other than that, just staying busy with business meetings and work on occasion, and that's about it. Got a conference I'm going to head over to in Vegas here in the beginning of October. So planning for that, and that's always fun. I always enjoy the travels, except when I have to visit 6 cities to get somewhere, but I eventually get there.
Are you coming to Comic-Con?
No. Can't fit it in my schedule right now.
Gotcha.
Might make it over to Arizona for the holidays, though. So maybe keep reaching out to the Arizona folk, see if we can get that. And excited for the new Breakers Network. Got my allotment of vibes in, so that'll be a new learning curve to learn and new community to tap into. So that's always exciting. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I still don't know enough about it. I need to talk to Tom and Jay. We're debating to do something similar like I did for VeeFriends, if it makes sense to like set up breaks and stuff, visuals, to help people understand a little bit better. I just don't know enough about it to know what breaks make sense. I know there's like colors and stuff, so I need to reach out this week because I know everybody's getting it this week, and I think you guys can start on Friday. Start breaking.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing a raid train on Friday. So I think Hurry's gonna be doing one right at midnight, and then big bulk of the Streamers Network is gonna start at 11:30. I think Tom and Jay are gonna go on and kind of give a little informational blurb for, because I think they're the cross connect between Vibes and VeeFriends. So they're gonna kind of come in and educate the VeeFriends folks about the vibes and kind of introduce the vibe people to the VeeFriends folks. And then I think Ron's kicking it off, and then I'll be right behind him, and we'll kind of do that whole 30-minute sprint to do break after break after break. So it'll be fun. I'm sure we'll learn a lot in freaking 4 hours. So,
yeah, definitely like interested to learn about it to see if I can help out somehow. But
oh yeah, I'm sure you can. I mean, like you said, it's just getting your head around kind of the gameplay and what's valuable and what people are chasing. I mean, I kind of got a crash course from a couple vibe breakers that have done like series 1, and they talk about like the little igloo at the bottom is like a different set of color cards, I guess, depending on what deck you're planning on building out and stuff. So yeah, everybody kind of has their own color preferences, and then you have your rare hollows and your sketches. So that'll be fun to pull one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a learning process for sure. Learning curve, but once we get it, we get it.
When did you say that raid train was?
It's going to be on Friday. So it'll start.
Yeah, because
I think 11:30 is going to be Tom and Jay on Eastern time. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I'm in the streamers network too, but I've been kind of out of the loop the past couple of weeks, so I didn't even know that was going on. But I need to jump in and listen and watch.
Yeah,
that.
they just announced it, I think, earlier today or
Oh,
yesterday.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you're not late. They have like I think 3 spots left, so if you want to get in the train,
Oh,
you
wow.
can hop on one of the slots.
And that's just for the vibe stuff, right? Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be strictly for vibes.
Yeah, I gotta get some vibes in. I just
And I think there's like Jalen has questions. Like I feel like that's gonna be. I think it's good that To the Moon like starts the whole thing, so people can kind of ask questions like, okay, what does this look like? What to look out for, and kind of learn. And then as you have different breaks, I don't know if there's different break types or not, if it makes sense with that product. How that kind of can look like. I think it's going to be. I think the first day is probably gonna just educating people. I think just like it kind of went with Topps Chrome, where it was just like people educating. But like with Topps Chrome, I felt like there was a whole community educating
Yeah.
people, and now you only have like maybe a handful of people who actually knows what it is. So it's still we definitely depend on those people to kind of jump in and help us out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'll definitely be tying in Curry because I think I'll probably be one of the few people that's actually early for you. It'll be 6 p.m. my time. It'll be midnight your time. So, but
Okay.
yeah, if you can like walk us through and like that's what I did with Amy. I think she's done some breaks, so she like walked me through and kind of educated me on the igloo colors and kind of like the format of each pack usually has like 4 basic and then like uncommons after that and then epics after that and then you kind of got the big bangers at the end. So yeah, I mean, but once it's like anything, you do it a few times, we'll get the hang of it and we'll be cooking with fire. So. And I think they recommend like we go on to I think it's play.vibes or something like that. I've got to get the website, but yeah, just kind of playing through the digital version of the game, you can kind of educate yourself a little bit while getting trashed and thrashed by all the experienced people.
Do people only buy it to play the game, or is it also like do people do set building of an entire color or wanting one of all like it is in VeeFriends? Like for me, it's always like if I make it make sense in defense terms, then I understand it better. So, okay.
Yep. There you go. Vibes.game. Yep. Oh yeah, Arctic foils will be a great chase. That's the new rarity that they added in for this version. So
now,
sure people will be chasing those.
Did you get the To the Moon promo cards with your?
Yeah, so they had not the To the Moon ones. They actually made a promo card strictly for the Streamers Network.
Okay.
So there's a exclusive Streamers Network promo card that only people in the network actually can use for like buyers giveaways and stuff. So
okay. That's cool.
Yeah, so that'd be fun.
I do like in the new set that a lot of them look like famous paintings or like memes. Like, so even if you're not a big vibes person or don't really know the IP that much, like you will recognize certain things. You know, like there's TV scenes, there's like
ET one and
yeah, there was like a what's it called? Titanic one and just like movie references, like references people understand even if you don't. I think that was a really cool idea. I always wonder about the like how do you need licenses for stuff like that?
I'm sure they got to have some kind of licensing behind it.
Because like I mean, just a Titanic scene in front of a boat is not really you license stuff like that. Like anybody can stand in front of the boat. Like we all know it's Titanic when you do that, like the whole like holding your arms out thing. But like I don't think Titanic you can't trademark can you trademark a scene? Like it's so interesting for me to like
I'm sure you
this whole the Homer Simpson like going into the bushes meme.
Right.
Like lots of people do that stuff. Like is that he's just going into a bush. Like you can't really can you? Like it's so weird.
Who knows?
It's interesting how that stuff works. But it's a super cool idea, like because people can use it who are not into it, but like know cultural references. That's
Oh
kind of a
yeah,
cool
for
thing.
sure. Yeah, the artwork is freaking phenomenal. So even just watching it on stream, I'm just like, wow, that's a cool card. Oh wow, that's a cool card. Like just pull it in person, I'm sure is gonna
Yep.
be just as exciting. So it'd be fun.
Guys, I'm gonna jump off. I'm spending more time yawning than I am anything.
Yeah.
Sound good.
I'm probably about to jump off too. I just wanted to pop in since I ain't been in since the National. So I gotta
Well,
try to.
thanks for popping in and congratulations on your new journey, man. That's exciting.
Keep us posted.
Well, what I'm about to do though, this is why I'm jumping off. So they showed a picture at school today because we're doing this fundraiser about me skateboarding, and they asked me if I could do a trick, and I said,
Mhm.
yeah, I can still do the trick. So I'm about to get my skateboard and see if I can kickflip real quick. So
Okay.
we're about to see how that turns out.
Well, keep the camera on, and then so when we
Yes.
hear,
Yeah.
I'm
Then-
definitely recording it. So
Don't be showing up to the new job with a cast.
yeah, like,
You know, you could join the stream through your phone. You know, you could just put up your phone and we watch you practice.
exactly.
I don't know if y'all want to see that.
I think the viewers want to. I think you got to give what the viewers want.
I may hang around if you do that.
I'll have to, you know, we'll work that out on another time. I'll have to get practice. But
I mean, if you do it the first time flawlessly, we want to be able to witness it. So when you're like, "Dude, I did it for the first time," we're like, "He
Like,
really
sure
did it
you
for the first
did.
time." Yeah,
yeah,
not the 15 other blooper takes.
but I mean, if I've done it, I've kick flipped in the past 2 years. It'll take me probably 30 minutes to get it,
Okay.
but I think I can get it. But that's
Okay.
about it. We'll see.
Well, we'll see you back here in about 25 then.
All right.
I've
Good
never
night,
been on a skateboard, I think.
You never been on a
No.
skateboard?
Like, I might have stood on one once, but like, there wasn't a ton of people who would like skateboard around where I was living growing up. So I'm like, and now I'm like, I'm not going on that stuff anymore.
I mean, that
like,
was
I'm too old. Like, that's just no.
that was my life from like late 8th grade all the way till about 11th grade. That's what I did all day, all night. When I quit playing sports, I was skateboarding. But all right, well, good night. And if anything crazy happens, I'll send the video.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
it.
Keith. Good night,
Night,
Jolly.
Keith, night, Jolly.
Yeah.
Good night.
Any breaks planned for this week, Justin? You're on mute.
I said outside of vibes. I was kind of thinking about a sapphire, but I just think I don't know if the market's ready. I think To the Moon's gonna do one tomorrow or tonight. Do they have one tonight? But let
No,
me see.
tomorrow.
Oh
Usually on
yeah,
Wednesdays. Usually Wednesdays.
yeah. So I'll kind of see how theirs plays out tomorrow and see if the demand is there. I mean, freaking the guy filled 5 box break today, so I mean, people still want it. But we'll see.
I
Oh,
know,
yeah,
like some of the products are just so almost saturated. It makes it really hard to like when do you run what.
yeah. I
Jalen,
mean,
that's
the be
from I think Recon or something. So somebody had and I bought it off of them.
How you guys doing?
yeah. What's up, Chris? Yeah,
Doing
just
good. How are you?
doing good, doing good. I mean, the beauty part about this box that I have is like I bought this one outright, so I was not a cosign or nothing. So I'm not like in a hurry to really break it.
Mhm.
So I might just hang on to it just to see what the market does, and hopefully it follows kind of similar trajectory as Series 1, and then when spots are going for $1,000 a spot, I'll be ready. But we'll see. Yeah, Soggy, I think that's the move right now. Like I honestly, I mean, to pull teeth to try and make like $1,000. I mean, if it does what Gary's preaching, which I mean, he hasn't been wrong too often. So he's saying it's only going to go up, and obviously, if the boxes are getting very limited, then usually the value goes up. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Is like I'm just going to hang on, and we'll kind of see what it does. If it goes down to 0, I guess I'm ripping a new sapphire box. But if it goes to the moon, then cool. I'll sell it off. So
I mean, that's my issue right now too. I feel like doing national, they were so high,
mhm.
and now a lot of people again offloading things.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're going really low. But I'm just like, I don't want to sit in a break and like
Mhm.
sell out for hours and hours. It's just not what I want to do. So I'm like, I want to sell it outright, but it's so low right now that I'm like, at that point, I'm just gonna rip it. I'm like, hope for
Yeah.
something good and like sell the cards. Like that's just, I don't know.
You talking about the mangas?
No, though, Sapphire.
Oh, you have a sapphire?
Mhm.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
But
for
I
sure.
almost sold it, and then it fell through a couple times, and now I just feel like maybe it's keep falling through for a reason. Like last time, we literally like agreed on a price, and then I said,
Mhm.
okay, which platform do you want to use for like the money? And then
Mhm.
the person backed out. I was like, what's going on here? So I'm like, maybe I just rip it.
What was the price you were going to sell it at, if you don't mind asking?
I was asking 8.5.
Oh, wow. And you had a buyer at 8.5? That's awesome.
Yep. And then I
Yeah.
pulled through.
Well,
But then I see
yeah.
that same buyer buying in a lot of other breaks right now, telling me like they couldn't buy in because of. Anyways,
Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, I think like you said, I think it'll play out the way it's supposed to play out, and maybe you have the freaking super cat that freaking ends up pulling because of the Percy box and
I'm
whatever.
telling you, the moment I touched that box, I was like, there's something in there. And now, like after it fell
Now you
through a
have
couple
to.
times, I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I was just debating like, do I do it on my birthday or do I do it during Comic Con with other people, not by myself? You know, it's always fun to
I
rip
mean,
stuff with people.
oh,
So let's
100%.
send it to Texas. The poor cats.
Yeah, that would be fun if you could save it till Texas and do it during Texas meetup.
That's a
See where
long
it's at.
wait. Are you crazy?
I was waiting for the
Because
reaction.
if then the price goes up, then I'm like, right
Right.
now it's so low and it's harder to find a buyer. But I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I'm okay ripping it because now I feel like it's not the price that I would want it for it. I still should sell it, let's face it. It's stupid
I
to
mean,
rip it
honestly,
myself.
that freaking before I pulled that dang select cat, it was so funny because the last 2 boxes were all 4 oranges, and I'm just like, this has gotta have something in it. Lo and behold, it had a freaking Safi.
So where are you on that theory of the saran wrap, string wrap, whatever it's
I
called?
don't know. I mean, it did have it over the cat eye, so
When you had your pack, what did you have in your?
no Sapphire Select Cat.
See,
Yeah. So whether or not it's a thing, who knows? But I mean, that last box they pulled on the 5 boxer had the freaking tops over the cat too. Yeah. Hey, I mean, it's a theory. Yeah, like Soggy was saying, it's a recency bias.
I know it is. I liked biceps explanation though, that when they put it in the conveyor belt or whatever it is, and saran wrap or whatever you call that, shrink wrap,
Mhm.
it has the same like run through with certain boxes. So I'm like, that made a lot of sense to me.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just like everything in this freaking space. It's all conspiracy theory.
I know. And the same with the duck
It's
pack.
just fun.
The
Something
duck
for
packs was
conversation.
inevitably.
Yeah, that was fun.
Ben, I want to come to tech because I'm trying to make it work. I'm trying. It's just always like I need to okay these things with my family, and that sometimes is a little tricky. Like
Yeah,
certain
that's
trips I can
celebrity
just
appearance fees. Get you every
certain things I
time.
can justify more. You know, certain things I can call a work trip. So that makes it easier to justify certain
I
expenditures.
mean, you're a streamer. You're a content creator. Work is everywhere. As long as you have internet
I know, but it's easier
access.
to like sell that stuff to my family when it's like an official event. You know, something like Comic-Con is a different ball game then.
Just how you sell
I'm
it, and
trying.
you
I'm
need to work on your
trying.
communication. You need to like record yourself when you're like, "Hey, honey, I really need to go to Comic-Con because I'm networking and I'm connecting with people and I'm building a great foundation for our family's future." And then when you're like, "Oh, honey, I mean, it would be nice to go to Texas. I mean, I have some friends there." See, you see the difference? Like,
So
you just got to be
Comic-Con.
consistent.
Do you know how I like? I hope my husband is never on here. Comic-Con. I talked enough about just in my reels that I'm like, Comic-Con is going to be amazing. I can't wait to go. Until my husband asked, "So you going to Comic-Con?" And I'm like, I hadn't booked any. I mean, I had my tickets, but I can always sell those. I hadn't booked anything yet. But he's like, he got the memo of like, so you're going to Comic-Con? I was like, I'm going
Yeah,
to
I'm
see a
still
good
missing a
looking.
D. I'm probably like one of the only OGs that does not have a DJ Coppin sketch in his collection.
I did see that.
There we
I'm
go.
gonna make it work somehow. The problem last year was that we had just gone to Arizona for kind of getting out of the gray time here in Seattle in February. And like 2 weeks later was the Texas meetup. I was like, I can't justify taking off more time. Like every time I take time off, my husband has to take time off to watch our daughter. So that's the real issue. It's not even always a money issue, which that's an issue too. But it's also like I need him to take the time off, which means he's still the main breadwinner, which is an issue. So it's not always as easy as it sounds. And the plan is again to go somewhere this year for where it's warmer. So we'll see. I would say I would bring them to Texas, but I feel like here's the thing. I think they would be bored during the Texas meetup. And that's not like saying anything negative. It's just like they are not VeeFriends. Like they're not gonna watch breaks and all that kind of stuff. Like Emmy is just gonna end up being on her iPad the entire time. And like I could see my husband kind of he would definitely get along with the people, but I don't know if he would be as into it because like VeeFriends is just not his thing yet. So I don't really see bringing them. Though my husband likes tattoos. He has 3 now. He has been getting a couple. That might be we could go that route. How nice is it in March in Texas? Because we want to go somewhere where it's warm, where there's definitely no rain, because we need sunshine. But see, if I say we're going to Texas, he has family in Texas and he wants to see them. Where do they live? I think they live in Houston. How far away is Houston from you guys? And 1.5 hours. Okay, so he could go to Houston. I think they live in Houston. I'm pretty sure. I've never been there. So he could go to Houston and I go to Lufkin. What do we do with our daughter? Let's stay somewhere in the middle. Let's drop her off somewhere. Are you all okay with an iPad kid? Well, I just put my kid in the corner somewhere and let her be on an iPad for 3 days straight when I come to Texas. Oh, you can teach her how to tattoo. She's gonna love that shit. She likes video games. Roblox, the other thing, whatever it is. Can't remember it right now. Think about it. Play video games. All she needs is her iPad, let's face it. Get her self-sufficient when it comes to. Maybe we make it a family trip. I'll start talking with my husband about it. He can go see his family. But see, then he wants me to meet his family too. So I'm not going to spend the whole time in. Maybe we do, because Texas is Friday to Sunday, right? Ben, just come on here. It's so much easier to talk to you when you're on here. It's Friday to Sunday. So maybe we go Thursday till Sunday. And on Thursday we see his family. And then he can either way keep chilling with his family while I go see my friends. Think about it. But again, how warm is it in Texas in March? We need warm weather. See, I want to watch breaks. I want to talk to people. I don't have to worry about them. But I think like my husband would get along great with you guys. Like, he can talk with Tom about like isn't Ben, are you like Star Wars and stuff too? Like my husband is a Star Wars guy. Get lost, waffles. Listen, my family's complicated, okay? We're not easy people. I will make it to Texas one way or another. So, moving on. Chris, how are you?
I'm good.
You
Very
working on
busy.
drop number 3?
No, I'm working on a secret project.
Ooh, I like those.
Ooh. Yeah, it's actually like a very exciting opportunity that just popped up today. It's not locked in at all, but it's kind of a prove it, like show me an example of a couple things. So I'm trying to put together a really nice pitch type thing, and then if I'll learn by tomorrow, because that's when it needs to get done. So I'll probably be working a lot tonight, but I'll know by tomorrow pretty much if I get this opportunity.
Can you tell us which company it's for? Not the
You
project, but
guys,
the company.
you guys might like it. I don't know, but that's
So,
all I
so
can
it
say.
might be a company we all might know.
Might, I don't know.
That's all I need to hear.
You guys all like Coca-Cola, right? Is that
Puma.
what we're all talking about?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, Puma. Stoggy got it. Dang,
Definitely. I thought it was
Stoggy's
Nike,
too
but
sharp.
you know, Puma's is a close second.
Yeah.
Yes, he's designing Travis Swift wedding invitations. Let's go. Can you imagine
Can't believe
that?
this
That
is
would be
coming
like,
up.
that would be sick.
I would charge so much money.
For sure. They have money, both of them.
Crazy.
They're rich.
Yeah,
Like
that's like
rich.
the dumb rich. I mean, she's dumb rich just from her tour, how much money
Yeah.
she made from that thing. Which good for her, man. You know?
Yep. I'm
Never
happy
gonna
for her.
cramp anybody for making money.
She worked hard for it. So
Years and years and years of committing to
she
one
has
thing
so much more
pays
money
off.
than him. She can buy a team, it's true. Which is kind of cool. I feel like I like that dynamic of a female making more and like, but him being secure enough to like, so what? You know, that's not. So I feel like I like that dynamic. I think it's important for especially new generations and stuff to see that like it can be either way.
Maybe that was her issue in the past where she was dating musicians or actors who probably had an ego to him. He's like, I just play football. So
Yep. I think that's a good thing. Well, now I'm excited what it's going to be. So when are you able to show anything?
I don't know. But it will be very obvious.
That it's you?
It'll be very obvious that if, well, I would talk about it if like I get it slash
But when we
project
see the
finishes.
company, if you wouldn't talk about it, would we instantly see this is you and the company? Is it in your style or is it in their style?
I think it's too much. I don't think I'm nervous to say anything.
True. I don't want to like ruin for you because it's not locked
Yeah.
down. Once it's locked
I-
down, we'll
Yeah,
talk more.
I don't want to ruin it for me.
Yep. True.
But yeah, obviously it would be well documented on social media.
I love it. I'm excited to hear about it. All these new beginnings. I love that.
Yeah.
Lots of people have like different things going on. I love it. Justin, what's your next project? Tell me. We're all starting new things
My
today.
next project, it's just a continuing process, building my business.
Sorry, Soggy.
That's about it. And working on me. I'm always a development project. Biggest
I think
project there is.
that's a good thing though, for like constantly working on yourself. I feel like I think it's a constant thing that you always do. But I know I was in a phase where I was like doing it a lot, like tons of podcasts and like reading books and stuff. And I feel like I took a step back from that. And I feel like I'm slowly getting back into it because there's certain things I feel like I need to work a little more on, or like that I realize that are holding me back. And now I feel like now I'm starting like to dip back into like more podcasts than reading, just because it's like easier for me, so I can work on stuff while listening to something. But like just sitting down and reading a book is still really hard for me right now. Which I used to love. For a while, I was like obsessed. I would read a book a week.
That's pretty good.
It was like I would wake up in the morning and read. Like I would read during the day. I would read the last thing at night. And now, I mean, the online thing has definitely changed that. But I feel like a lot of the books now that I like are audiobooks. People know that's the easiest way to go for people. But I feel like I even like podcasts better. I like even though if I'm working on something, I like seeing the visuals. I like seeing the person's reaction, their facial expression. It just gives me so much more insight on them. And I feel like it also, when you listen to somebody who like gives you advice on something, seeing their facial expression with it helps me really believe that that is true what they're saying. Almost like that's how my brain works. Like my brain will recognize it as more true if I see a genuine facial expression with it.
Oh yeah.
Than just
The
hearing it.
nonverbals communicate more than the words for sure. Yeah.
So
And
that
it's
was
kind
really
of funny
cool.
because like it's good from what I've been told. The podcasts and the audiobooks are great supplements. The foundation is the books. You still got to read words off of pages, from what I've been told from highly successful people. It's like as much as technology makes things convenient, like it's simply a supplement. Because if you read any success principle book, it always talks about who you associate with and the books you read, not the books you listen to, not the podcasts you watch, right? It's the books you read. So it's definitely something I've focused on and like made time for it. Even like 30 minutes a day, just making sure reading something to move forward.
I
So
think part of it is too because when I listen to a podcast, you can kind of half listen to it, even an audiobook.
yeah.
And I do like doing other things while I do it. So I think you don't get everything they say completely. And so you're probably going to miss some things. Versus when you read, you take everything in because you have to really concentrate on reading it and getting it in. And so I think you probably miss a lot when you do audiobooks.
Oh yeah, because
You
it's
do
very
it.
passive listening versus like you're using your eyes to like come up in your imagination of visually
Yeah.
what it could be, what they're talking about and all that stuff. I actually just watched you listen to Jay Shetty at all?
Mhm.
Yeah, so he just did a podcast with Novak Djokovic, which was really good. Like it was pretty cool to just hear his perspective and like his background, his story, like why he drove to be the best tennis player in the world, and like kind of the progression of
Mhm.
like what he had to do and the sacrifices he had to make and his parents had to make and all of that stuff. I love hearing the backstories of just like great success. And that's why it's like I love VeeFriends for the simple fact that like literally was there at the sketches of napkins phase, like,
Mhm.
which is pretty cool. Like to continue to watch it, it's be part of the story. So
Yeah.
it'd be pretty fun.
Yeah,
And like
I
he was
listen a lot.
saying during the boxes break, Gary was just like, we're gonna be talking about these days that these were the fun like buy days because now they're ridiculous. But sorry to cut you off.
No, totally fine.
Yeah.
He talked about that last year too, during Comic-Con when they had the TCG tournament. He said too, like he gave like a little speech and stuff, and he said like these are the days we're gonna miss having, like, as much as we want all of these things to grow and like we want the
Mhm.
TCG to be bigger, and like there's gonna be a day where this TCG has like hundreds of competitors, and like right
Mhm.
now we're like 50, 60 people in a room, and you know everybody who's there, and you're friends with everybody, and you're gonna miss these times where it's so intimate, and like you also like when you have these small groups, you was able to really talk to anybody. You were able to talk to Gary or to Adam or to Courtney and like have genuine conversations for like quite a while, and you're
Yeah.
not gonna have this in a couple of years anymore. Like they're not gonna be as accessible as they have been in the past. And I think that that's gonna be, especially if you grew up with that in VeeFriends, it's gonna be
Yeah.
really hard to make that not be there anymore. And to explain to somebody like in like 10 years, oh no, like doing the events, you could just go up to Gary and ask him a question. Like that's not gonna
Right.
be normal anymore. Like, and that's weird for me. It's not as much as we wanted to grow, it also means a lot of change for all of us.
But I think that's gonna be the long term play too. Is like those of us who have been around, who have developed the relationships, whether it be with Gary, the team, the hub, or the nucleus of the community, like we're gonna be able to get into the smaller rooms, the exclusive rooms, because either we're Series 1 NFT holders or, you know, whatever he decides to do in the future of exclusive access. I think a lot of that is gonna come with, time in the IP and everything. Oh yeah, 100%. Like I that whole nightclub VIP access, like show me your NFT. That's the way it's gonna be. Like you won't be able to get around Gary unless you have one, or you might be a +1 for somebody that holds one or something. But I mean, if it gets to 1 million people at freaking VCons, there's no way he's covering that ground in freaking a week. Like, he's gonna have to narrow it down. So, but it'll be fun. It'll. I mean, it's already been fun just seeing the roof get blown off with this Chrome
Mhm.
merge. So I kind of see where it goes.
Yes, it's like you're like this in between of like I wanted to grow, but I also don't. Like I like our little space, I like our little small groups everywhere, and like
Mhm.
it's fun because you really get to know people and you really know who everybody is. But like I also wanted to grow. I want other people to find VeeFriends and like benefit from it and like get to know it and like the IP to grow, and yeah,
Yep.
it's like you're in between. It's like with your
But again,
kids, like you
that's
want
gonna
them
be.
to grow up and learn new things,
Mhm.
but you also want them to be like your tiny little baby. That was so cute.
But that's gonna be our example, right? Like we have to be the example of what VeeFriends epitomizes, and like, I mean, you can have these ass monkeys who come in and like be jerks, and then they're just like rocking a freaking gift goat shirt or something, right? And it's just like, oh shoot, no, I don't want to be a gift goat if I'm gonna be that guy. So, yep,
I know.
crucial points.
How are you
Gonna be
guys feeling
fun.
about sorry to shift the topic. How are you guys feeling about manga stickers right now?
We heard it a little bit earlier. I feel like that it has really gone down, like just the prices of them, just because there's so much that dropped at the same time. Like
Yeah,
every
it's-
Series
it
1 and
stinks.
Series 2 holder and like got them at the same time. And they all want to sell them. And as soon as somebody sells them for cheap, everybody else floods after. That's I feel like what's kind of happening right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I feel like the crossovers in general dropped so much. Like I was just looking because I didn't even realize I hit a bull in a break. And I was like, oh cool, I wonder what these are going for. And so uh there's a couple up there for like a couple dollars that were selling that like completed sales. And I was like, dang, this stinks. Like it's a bummer that the product those cards should be going for a lot more. And it seems like the only thing that you can actually make money on is the Gary V or the Steph cards, not even the crossovers. So it just stinks as like somebody who I know a lot of people wanting to break it, and hopefully it passes over and people find value in it. But yeah, I was bummed just for a lot of people that are holding cases.
But it's like one of those things, right? Like I know he wanted kids to have access with Chrome, but obviously
Mhm.
that didn't play out, right? So
Yeah,
maybe this is the play to give access to kids, like
yeah,
to be able to buy a card for $1 or whatever for their character that they like, and then maybe it didn't play out the way that everybody assumed it would play out, but it eventually played out. Like now you have a low cost barrier of entry, and we can stick these things everywhere, and we can give them to kids. And,
hmm
I mean, for us as the holders, it was super low cost of entry. I mean, we got $60 a box. It was just like, all right,
true.
less
I
than
think the misconception in that is like, oh, that I think I had, and I think a lot of people had. I thought they would only go to like 120, and I would have been completely fine with it. But then VeeFriends pushed it to 200 with the national, and then I think everybody, if you're on eBay, you saw the couple cases selling for like $3.5 grand per case, which was an insane sale. Like there were a couple of them. I think there was a misconception that I had, and I feel like a lot of people had, that after Chrome going so quick up and staying up, that other people believed too that they would stay up and not drop this fast all of a sudden. Going to see VeeFriends breaking these doing basketball season because I could see that, Dan. I think I really want to see VeeFriends breaking them and see if that's gonna change anything. Is it gonna bring in new buyers, new people who are interested in the product, bringing it back up? Like I think that's gonna decide a little bit on like where the market is gonna go. But I don't know when they're planning. They were planning last week and then they changed it. They were planning today and then they changed it. So I don't know when they're actually gonna break the product, or if they're actually gonna break the product after seeing it going down. So we'll see. I need to plug one of my phones in. Do I have a charger? Okay, back. Too short. Too short. There we go. Until the 2 101s get hit, and then market will. Yeah. The Gary V 101 hit though, right? As far as I remember. We just don't have the Steph Curry 101 and then the dual auto. I feel like when the dual auto hits, that's gonna.
I think the dual auto is out of 10. I think there's 10 dual autos.
Isn't there like a 101 dual auto? I'll have to look it up.
I don't know.
Manga. Stephen Curry. Yes, so there's a black. So there's 10 base autographs, dual autos, and then there's a black 1 of 1 dual auto.
Okay.
So I
that's
think
good to
once
know.
that is hit, that's going to be a big one. Gary's 1 of 1 was hit. I remember seeing that somewhere. But
Does the
also
curry? I know the
there's
curry
no
has 30.
there's no just curry 1 of 1. There's
Okay.
30 curry autograph ones. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be interesting.
Did they ever announce a print run? I never saw any numbers or anything.
I mean, there's no numbers on those crates that they were sending out. So people kind of started having like a print run for it,
Mm.
but that also doesn't include. Okay, there were crates made where they're also just individual cases that nobody like, just not in that number.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Or cartons, whatever they were called, yeah. Cartons, crates, whatever. So I don't know if that was all the print run. Yeah, but even that doesn't sound. What was it like? 400 something, 500 something, right? Like that doesn't sound enough to cover all the Series 1, Series 2, and it was a 3-digit number, and it was something in the 400, 500 range.
Yeah, I
But
still have
then-
my
You also
box.
wonder if everyone bought too. You know, I mean, I'm sure Series
True,
1
like not
people
everybody.
bought.
Yeah, not everybody bought in, but you have to have at least enough if everybody would buy in. Or was it like as long as supply lasts kind of thing? I don't remember how it was.
468.
168. Dan said it's 2,200. Series 2 is like what, 10,000?
Mhm.
And each of them get only 6, so that's like half a case. It's only 5,000 cases for Series 2. Oh, Series 2 is 500. But that's only half of them. And it was per account. I think that was the other thing too. It wasn't per NFT, it was per account. So there's lots of people who own multiple of them too. Yeah. So I think they had to make enough to cover all the holders and then have enough like for shops and stuff. But I think it was a great idea for the product, and it was really cool to have somebody like as prominent as Stephen Curry in it. It just maybe the execution just wasn't there. I don't know.
It is
We'll
hard
see.
with I mean, stickers have this inherent value with us as like VeeFriends community people, but to breakers who might see it and they're like, what's cannabis marketing? This isn't a Tops product. So most people, if it doesn't have like a Tops or a Panini on it, they don't care. And so I think that's where maybe people were in breaks for Chrome, and then they're like, this isn't a Tops thing, so I'm not getting in this, or I'm buying cheap. That's what I think, but because the same people who were breaking Chrome were trying to break stickers.
Yep. But it's a very different product. It's like different.
Mhm.
But it was cool. It would have brought, I feel like, a new market in. But
Did any of you
Like-
guys get the binders? That was cool to see that they snuck a card in the binders.
so I knew about the card in the binders, but also was like, and then there's a sticker again. But I was like, I don't actually want the binder. So I'm like,
Mhm.
I'm not buying it just for the sticker.
Yeah.
And it's also not like a big character for me. Because I'm not like, I like binders with where you can put top loaders in.
Yeah.
And like these binders, I think were great for kids, because kids
Oh,
don't
for
really
sure.
care about like top loaders. They just put their raw cards and stickers and stuff on there, and for them it's awesome. But like I already have a binder. My daughter already has a binder. She always takes her stuff out of a binder anyways. So I'm like, it's just not. I think a year ago I would have like bought them up like crazy, and now I'm more like, I only really buy if you're really going to use it, and I know I wouldn't use them. I would just have them because they're VeeFriends stuff, and I feel like that I'm getting past that point where like I need to have it because it's VeeFriends. That's just too much. I've realized there's always something else coming up. I don't need to have it all, especially if I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, I just
Mhm.
picked up a
Like,
handful for streaming.
Um,
That's about it. I've already had like a couple people go in my shop and pick some up, so served its
because
purpose.
there's people who will love them and like use them
Mhm.
for their kids and stuff, or even for themselves because I don't want to top load things. So it's
Yeah.
like, do you need it? And I know I don't stream enough to like. I bought like extras of the shirts and all kinds of stuff. Like I'm gonna sell them on stream, and I was like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Like I'm not
I
on
think we've all
eBay.
had that moment.
Like it's like I need to stop buying things. You buy it because I want it, or I'm not buying it. Like that's
Mhm.
the mentality I need to get into.
Maybe
So, and
buy
it's been better
one
since
other
then.
one to arbitrage. That's about it.
Yeah.
Hey, the creepy guy with the
Dan
neon
made it.
glasses in the dark.
Look,
Hey, Ben.
I'm in the dark.
Are you still in the closet or did you come out?
I think I'm out. Can y'all hear me okay?
We
Yeah,
can hear you.
Yeah,
you're good.
you're great.
Okay. So I'm on a new laptop, and you guys know how much fun switching laptops is?
Mm-hmm.
Because you
Oh,
can't,
yeah.
like, if you're like me, you have like 17,000 passwords, and so you can't get into anything.
Yep. If I ever lose my phone, I'm cooked.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I'm done, man. Like nothing. There's still things I have on my old phone that I only like need every now and then that I still haven't transferred to my new phone. So for those things, I will then charge my old phone to get back into them, which is completely
no.
stupid. But
Well, I figured if we were talking about T Swift, I had to come on. I know how much Justin loves her.
I know how much
Forever.
you love her, Ben.
I'm just gonna shake it off.
I'm a huge fan, but not for reasons that you would think. I'm a huge fan for the same reason I'm a huge fan of BTS. I think the work ethic that both her and BTS, the K-pop band, have put in is undeniable. And I'm very aware of South Korea's issue with creating boy bands and how they pay and all that stuff. My kids have been into K-pop since K-pop started. So like they've, been educating me since they were like 3 years old. But yeah, like you have to be impressed, even if you quantify it by saying, every 100 or 1,000 streams is the same as one radio play. BTS is still crushing the Beatles, just like hands down crushing the Beatles. And no one will talk about that because they're like, oh, well, the Beatles didn't have the internet. Yes, but the Beatles and BTS have this in common, that girls and men and human beings pass out when they see them, travel to different cities, pay exorbitant amounts of dollars like Taylor Swift's last, you know. And I understand that everybody thinks this whole NFL play is like it's not real. Come on, guys. She's taken a little far if it's not real. It wouldn't be the first celebrity marriage, but at the same time, like, I don't think the whole thing is made up, I just don't see her being the kind of person that marries someone for like, we're going to do really well financially because of this. No.
and I think also she doesn't need it. Like she was famous enough with like he gained more than she did.
Mhm.
So I feel like it just she didn't need another crowd. She sold out stuff without. Like
Well, that's what I was telling somebody today. Like so I had a client in the chair when my daughter found out, and I looked over and I realized something was like happening, but my daughter's 17. And so she didn't want to like be public about her display. So then when the client left, she was like, freaking out. But I was like, he has to change his name to Swift. And she's like, no,
wait,
Dad.
they
What?
announced that they're getting married?
No, well, they're engaged.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that.
That's the news.
Come on,
That's-
Ann, keep up.
I wasn't online. Like I was
See,
only on
this
streams
is
all
what
day
you do.
today.
This is what happens when you stream all day. You
See?
miss a day of news.
No more streaming for me. I was on streams or I was listening to podcasts while packing up to not get distracted.
Okay,
I'm
so
everything.
and normally a trending topic on Twitter has anywhere from 25 to 50,000 posts. This
My Twitter is VeeFriends only. Nothing else gets through at
yeah.
this point.
So just the word Taylor is at 1 million,
Oh man, that's nuts.
and Love Story is at like 500,000. Travis,
And
Go ahead.
Gary posted about it today. So
Right.
you should have seen it, Anne.
and
I
check
was
this
not on
out.
socials.
And
Do you know how many notifications I have on my phone
Anne.
today? And I did not.
And look at it. Would you just look at it, Anne?
Oh, he like fully proposed on everything? Yeah, I missed the whole shebang.
And do you want to see the ring? Hang on, Anne. I've got the ring right here.
This
I
is
mean, I
like
know it was
finding out
coming,
Ron
but-
Jordan is into Labubus. I
What
don't. I
is
feel like
that?
I don't even know you guys.
And
Okay,
that's
where do you do you see it
Anne.
on X?
that's a $550,000 diamond.
It looks weird
Ben
for
is
me.
getting
Is that,
way too excited
is that-
about this.
is that on
He's-
X or is that on?
Yes, it's on. Is it on X? X is the only news platform left. You trying to get me into
No, I look on
politics at
Instagram.
9:47?
I found my shit out on Instagram too. Okay, Taylor. Also,
don't
why is
learn-
there so many ways to write Taylor?
I don't learn
Taylor
anything
Swift. Okay, there we
on
go.
Instagram.
Nope. Just give me a ring. Just give me a ring, people. I probably can just Google that shit at this point. Taylor. Ring.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Justin. You're learning about me. I really love pop culture, and this is like the biggest. So my opinion is this should be televised.
Oh, it definitely probably will be.
I mean, this is bigger than a royal wedding, or at least as big, in my opinion.
This is the U.S. royal wedding.
This is the U.S. royal wedding. The gym teacher and the English teacher are getting married. This is huge.
Mhm.
This has never happened on this level. And what you're going to be most amazed to learn is I could talk passionately about this for 3 hours and still not give a shit.
That's pretty impressive.
I love it.
That's
Makes
what
me
happened.
question our whole relationship. Here,
I need to
you
get
seem
better
very
at, like-
authentic about where we're at and the connection we had at freaking Chicago, but now I think you
Now
may be
you
just
wonder.
playing this whole skit, and it's just a whole lie. I'm taking your poster down from my freaking wall.
I understand.
Okay. What poster are you talking about? Like, do you have a full-on Ben poster? Please tell me yes.
Of course.
Please
He's
tell
got
me
the
of like
hippo
a
butt hanging out with like him doing this. And
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
just
you
me
know,
in
that's
it's
enough.
just me in a little bathing suit, and I don't send them to everybody.
I
One of
bet
his
Soggy
first
has
art
one too.
pieces.
All right,
Soggy
but
has one too. I just know it.
But this is the person that Caitlin wants to come visit her classroom. Will y'all just look at this hair?
You look like
Like-
an angry skull librarian.
I feel like Caitlin could lose her job for this. I'm something between like the homeless guy that they all know when I say the homeless guy in her city and the guy from Back to the Future, you know, the creepy scientist. What was his name?
Doc?
Doc.
from-
Yeah, Doc.
Yeah, Doc, yeah.
Okay, what else do we want to talk about? If we're not going to talk about the ring, let's talk about something else.
I need to get better at pop culture. Like, I'm trying to be up to date, but I
I mean,
also
let's take
don't
the
like.
over and under on the freaking price of the wedding. I mean, come on.
I got to go 15x the ring. So what's 15 times 500,000?
A lot. 8 million.
45.
I don't know numbers.
It's gonna be a lot. That's not
Yeah.
gonna go down cheap. Don't even know which country it's gonna be in. Let's start there.
Oh no, it'll be
know?
it'll be in America. He plays for Kansas City. It has to be in America. So, but if you live stream it, they're gonna make so much money back. Just
Mhm.
put it.
I don't
Just
think
put
they-
it.
From a business perspective, that just makes the most sense.
Do you realize that Logan Paul fighting Mike Tyson broke the internet? Like it broke. Like Netflix couldn't keep up with the live. At one point, I was watching the Logan Paul Mike Tyson fight on a football player's X account, and he had over 100,000 people watching his live because he was in the top row of the fight because Netflix couldn't handle it. That's what I'm saying, Dan. This is freaking money. I know she's got $1 billion with a B, but like you could print money at this thing.
I could
Well, you
definitely
just
see
think-
them have like one of the magazines or like some on Netflix or somebody like buying the rights, like exclusive stuff. I'm not sure if it's
sure.
necessarily like live stream because anything that could go wrong then is also on live stream. I don't think she would necessarily. I think she's more wanting to be a part of it, like curating things. I think is important for her.
Mm-hmm.
So I could more see like a magazine or like a live, like a not a live stream, but like a streaming platform like Netflix
Yeah, I
buying
was
the
about to say
rights,
pay-per-view
filming it,
is
and
so
then cutting
old
it up.
school.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Netflix.
I mean, she's going to
freaking
make money off of
special.
it. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we got to set the over under on kids. It can't see. I didn't think the wedding would be this soon. So I think you got to set the over under at fall of 20. Well, it depends on when the wedding is. If the wedding's in 2026, then the first kid's got to be 27.
What do you mean when the kids, not how many kids?
Reality series for all the prep and then culminating the
Then
wedding.
you sound like you put way too much thought into this. I think you have a murder wall.
That's the
ands
problem, Justin.
the
I
wedding.
haven't.
He's like, Taylor, I'm ready. Like, call me. I know how to set this up.
Right.
Like, I know how to make you the most money. I know when you have to have kids. Like, just talk to me. I have this all planned out. Let me show you my
You
plan.
know
Here's
exactly
like
when you need
here's
to
like
have
a full-on
kids.
wedding planner for her. You know, one of those binders was like, this is a dress you would look amazing in. Here, your colors. That would be awesome.
I used
Please do
to.
that.
Caitlin!
I'm only saying
She
hi for a quick
couldn't
second. No, I'm not here because of Justin. I'm mad at Justin right now, so I'm not
Okay.
talking to Justin.
lie.
Because you said only 3 people live in Arkansas, Justin. That wasn't very nice.
You're not in Arkansas.
Yeah. Ben, I did tell them that you scolded me today, and they think you look like the coolest person in the world. Like, I kid you not. My students, like, I made Justin turn out to be like this celebrity. Like, Chris is next. I'm like, guys, you don't even know. I know this guy who lives in Hawaii, and they're like, that's the coolest thing in the world. So my voice is also gone. I gave 2 dean referrals today. It's been a week. Anne got a really funny text message yesterday. And her response, here's my husband's armpit. But it's fine. So, Ben, I just need you to know you are like the coolest celebrity in my 7th and 8th graders' lives right now. Whether or not you know it, they think it's cool you watch anime. And it's been really funny seeing their reactions when they saw the picture of you today.
Okay, so ask them about the Mugen Train arc.
Text me because I have the memory of a 2-year-old with how
Okay.
bad my sinuses are.
So I just cried today watching an episode, and I cried for a while.
Hi, Chris, by the way.
Hi, how are you doing? Sorry,
you're-
I'm like locked in. I should probably just get off stream. I'm like
No,
got
you're
way too
fine.
much stuff to
No.
do. Okay.
Hi, Anne. Justin, Hi. I'm not mad at you anymore. I can't pretend to be mad at Justin for various
You
Not
held
with
out
that
as long
shirt
as you
on.
could.
No, can't be
Give
mad
you
at the guy
credit.
from Hawaii. Like, hey. Yeah. So I just need you guys to know you guys are all celebrities in my classroom. Like, it's so funny how I talk about like you guys. Like, I know this person named Ann. She's a content creator. You know, content creators, and they just go like, "That's what I want to." It's great. Oh, thank you for my card.
We should all do guest lectures in your classroom.
Let me get through my new students first, and then yes, I would love that. Okay, sounds good.
It'd be so fun.
Hey, art, you can come teach art. I hate art. Teaching art is my least favorite class to teach.
They would hate me teaching art because I'd be like, "Yeah, it looks great. Like, I don't care what if you do what you're supposed to do for your task. Art's all whatever you think looks good."
I have to
So,
care to the
So
school.
you'll grade as bad as Caitlin.
Yeah,
so
100%.
I'll grade
Looks
it just
good.
like Ben would.
Ben yelled at me for telling my kitty she did her art project wrong. He scolded me.
I thought it was brilliant.
Yes. I have it hanging up in my room now, and she
So-
loves it.
So here's the thing about, I mean, I'm not a good person to ask about teaching other things, but when it comes to teaching art, kids who don't follow the rules are far more interesting than kids who do. And sometimes you'll see a little sparkle in their eye for the first time, which I'm sure your kids already see because you're a good teacher. But like whenever I teach art, like that's the thing I look for is when something clicks and you see that like behind their eyes, it's like they go from dead to alive they go from bored to like interested. And generally the first or second thing they do is what you said not to do. And then the hook's in. That, you know what I mean? As soon as
But you said in teacher school, I call it teacher school because it's more fun calling college teacher school. They specifically tell you don't ever tell a kid what not to do because everyone will do that one thing not to do. That is where I made my mistake.
I have to specifically not pay attention to what college says about art
Yeah. Well,
because I do everything wrong.
But then you look at like successful artists, and then they're doing like crazy stuff that you don't learn in art school or in classrooms, and you're like, "That's why they're successful. Is because they did stuff the way you're not supposed to do it, or they did something outside of the norm." You know.
yeah, and that's why like I give them that flexibility. But the hardest thing with teaching art is we have to have objectives. I grade based off effort, and since I don't care that I teach art, I'm like, if you don't annoy me, you get an A for the week. I don't care.
Right.
That's
Which
so
is worth it.
unfair. I'm like, if you tried and you did something, then I'll give you an A for it. If you pushed back on and was disrespectful, then your grade drops. I want kids to just want to be in art class, just being creative. Just don't annoy me and make me do more paperwork.
In 2018, one of my tattoo artists was told at a nationally accredited university that a cell phone was unprofessional for business.
They're unprofessional for business.
For business.
And Anne's reaction.
Please tell this to, please next time you see Gary, tell that to him and record his reaction. Like, I just want to see his face.
Yeah, you can clip that for sure.
My artist literally quit the next semester. She couldn't take it. She was just like, I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. Like, if that person is teaching the business class in 2018, what am I trying? Why am I listening to the math and English teacher? It calls into question every other thing I'm learning at this institution.
It just makes it like literally you can do everything from your phone now.
Yeah, it's like teachers and parents, same thing. Like some parents still preach freaking how you build wealth is through school. And like Stop lying to the kid.
Right.
I don't push college with my students.
Mhm.
Good.
I encourage gap years for kids. Minimum. I said like, yeah, you should take a gap year, especially with the students I work with. I definitely push trades more, like go into some of these trades businesses, like see what you guys like to do. I know like we have a philosophy, like if we as a school get you into Harvard, but we don't get you into heaven, we didn't do our job as a school, is kind of like the phrase we go with. But to me, I'm like, if you go to college and drop in your first year, I didn't do my job either, because college isn't for everyone, and that's okay.
I encourage gap years for religion. I just had to see if I would get a look back.
It's so funny in America, like how the system is so different. In Germany, it's more common to go into trades than to go into go to college. Like here, for like you go to college for everything, no matter what you're going to be, you go to college for it, and like instantly put yourself into debt. And like most people in Germany will go just. We also have different school system. Like after, depending on where you live, after 4th or 6th grade, you decide if you go to just basically this middle school, you go until like 10th grade and then you go into trades, or you go until 12th grade and then go to college. Like you have to do the 12 years to go into college, but most people just will do the 10 years and go into trades. And you can still get a master's like through the trades in your field, but it's you are in a company learning while the company is paying for your school. So you still have like school maybe once a week, but the rest of the time you're in the company learning the actual thing, you know? Stuff like it just makes so much more sense than going to college for 3-4 years, having no actual work experience, and then you're like, here you go. Like I don't know, man. It just
Europe,
for most jobs it doesn't work that way.
Europe has a very different approach anyway, though. Like that's where I think most of my schooling, and I was homeschooled all the way through. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but that's where most of my parents' ideas on education came for, right? Was Europe. Because in Europe, you went to university at 13, you know, in the 17s and 1800s. You know, you were already, and I'm sure university might have back then been high school or middle school or something, but it's absolutely what you're saying. It's like by the time you're 16, you're in a trade, you're in a field, you're in a even if you're going to become a doctor by the age of 16 or 17, you're in a practice working in there and still going to school, you know, even if you're just scrubbing in. So at least that's the way it was prior to modern technology. But
I mean, you look at me, teaching's technically my second career. My entire bachelor's degree is nothing. I mean, it's social work, so it kind of ties together. But like, I technically, I don't say I wasted 4 years of my life going into social work. Like, I'm very thankful that's the path that God has put me in, is through social work to education. But it's, I think if I would have taken a gap year and worked a little bit, I think I would have made, I think I would have ended up in teaching faster than I did.
but that brings up an interesting thing, because Anne, what I was really going to respond to you with is we have a really hard time telling the truth. So I don't know one person from my entire life who went to college and got out and did a job in that thing.
That's the other thing. Like here, I think it has ups and downs. Here you can go to college and just get a bachelor in anything and then work in any other field because you have a bachelor. It's like, wait, what? That makes like in Germany, you studied that field and that's the field you're going into. If you want to go somewhere else, you got to study again. So I think it has ups and downs in, yes, you actually study what you're going for here in Germany or in Europe in general. But then it's harder to switch careers in Germany because they require you to have, it might be different now. I haven't lived there in a long time. It's just,
Yeah, but I think it comes down again. I think it comes down to telling the truth, because I knew in 1998, none of my friends were studying. And they got drunk for 4 years. They did drugs for 4 years. They had sex with many people that they cannot remember the names of for 4 years. And you know what my background is? So I'm saying if my friends were doing that, what was everybody else doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like-
Studying in college.
Like, I would say 8 out of 10 of my friends had, you know, more experience with sexually transmitted diseases by 19 than knew what class they had been in.
Mm.
And these are kids going to Texas A&M, the University of Texas, Oklahoma. Like, what are we doing? Like, and the crazy thing is, everyone knows that. Everybody knows that. The biggest thing Texas A&M is proud of is when you start your senior year, you get drunk with your parents. That is a known fact that's what happens. And people are like,
See, we do that with 14.
you want us to respect that. I'm like, I can't respect that.
Like, I will say, so one of my former students, he's now starting his freshman year of college after working in the trades for a year. He worked with like an HVAC company for a little bit.
Be right back.
Great learning experience for him. Made tons of money doing it.
Mhm.
It wasn't like an apprentice. But because he went into that for a year first,
Mhm.
he ended up joining the military
Mhm.
into the National Guard, and then is now going to college for I don't know how it works. Like, I don't know if it's for free with a huge discount, whatever.
Mhm.
Because he took a year off, and like his parents were my coworkers, and they were really upset. And I said, no, like, be proud of your kid for making a better financial decision for himself, rather than like pushing him to do this. And his dad was struggled with it a lot, quite a bit. And I said, he's not you, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And they're really happy now, looking back a year later, they're like really proud of him, but it took them so long to be okay with it.
And I think that's incredible. And I would encourage other kids to like talk to him. I think that's amazing. I love that. I'm not anti-college. That's not what I'm saying. I'm anti not telling the truth.
Yeah. Get that.
I also can't breathe, guys. It's fine though.
What's going on with you?
So did you guys hear that there's I shouldn't say it. No, I'm just sick. My husband got sick,
Yeah.
and then I got sick.
Okay.
The C word that we don't use since 2020. I know it's going around. My neighbor just had it. And I'm not sure if that's what I had coming back from National, because I felt like shit.
And that is what I had.
Yeah. So
No,
for
I
like,
mean, I tested. Yeah.
I didn't test, but like it felt similar, not as bad as like in 2020, but I know it's going around right now. But at least right now it's not as bad.
My doctor said that he has never seen this many patients except for 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had 15 students out yesterday. We had our second week of school. We're technically not allowed to take like a personal day the first 10 days. Sick days are different. But Caesar was super sick. And then now it's like you can see it slowly going around the school.
My doctor said there's a good thing though. You'll just think you're dying. You're not actually dying anymore.
So I had a
Yay!
I had a huge behavior issue today. And so I was talking to my principal about it after school, and also trying to convince him to go home because I needed to go home. And in that conversation, I was talking and I started coughing so much. He's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm dying over here." And I just left the middle of our conversation, coughed all the way back to my room. And Caesar's like, "Hey, you want to know how I knew you were coming in your room?" He's like, "I heard you coughing the entire way down the hallway, like dying over here. Everything's here today for me." And it was like in my chest. So I'm on my last day. I think it is. What happens?
I have tattoo clients just go through like it's one of those I put up like a plastic barrier and they have to go through a shower and then they get shot with air, and then they go through like a sanitation, and then they can come in and get their tattoo.
See, that's why I don't see people. That's why I'm only on streams. See, I went one time to national, bam, sick. That's why I don't see people.
I
I don't
didn't
see people in real life.
I didn't get sick from the national. So it had to happen after I left.
I remember last year a lot of people got really sick after the national because it was a week before VCon. Remember, like Soggy, Charles, everybody got super sick, like to the point where they weren't sure if they could make it to VCon, and we're like, shit. So I kind of knew it was coming, but I'm glad it waited until I was back home. Like having to fly with that would have really sucked.
Yeah,
Like I kind of felt it while I was flying because usually I can't sleep on flights, and I was super tired and like would pass out in between being tired, and I was like, no, that's kind of weird for me. And then the next day I was just like,
Well, I mean, I don't remember when Chicago was, but I had meetings that Monday after, because we went Friday. I didn't go Did I go Friday? I don't remember.
I saw you Friday.
Yeah, because Dom came Friday. So I came Friday morning, I think it was. And then Monday we had meetings, and then Tuesday I had my second surgery. And then after my surgery, I had to go back to school that same night of my surgery. And so then like my body, I think, finally had a chance to like, oh, this is what it feels like not to have a kidney stone inside of you. It feels great. Or a piece of plastic inside of you. And then I got sick after I finally got over that.
I'm happy it's all over. But I feel like we're just starting into, I'm not looking forward to, especially the first couple of weeks of school are always like when they're exposed to each other and all the germs come together. It's like, man, I'm still not looking forward to we're starting next week, and I'm like, I'm not ready for that shit.
And you know what could solve that problem? Homeschooling.
Yeah. I told you, right, that she
really
asked
good
me.
vitamins.
Yeah.
She said something, I think a couple days ago. She asked again, and I'm like, if you become more responsible, we can talk about it. But right now, no, because it's not going to happen. Like, and you have to tell your dad because I'm not doing it. I think it's too, like in
yourself in the mirror
kindergarten.
or your daughter?
My daughter. In kindergarten, first grade, even second grade, I would have said, let's do it. And now I'm like, it's getting harder. And like a lot of these things, I don't know if I know how to teach them. I know there's like tons of like resources now, and like we have a really cool almost like an extra school program that if you homeschool, there's like a center that offers free classes that you can take. The only thing is I know there's like been issues with the center itself of like having mold a couple of years back, and nobody knows if it's really been taken care of. So I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to expose my child to that. But I don't know. She is such a not unsocial person, but like she doesn't really seek out friends. If friends join her, she's cool, but she will never ask like, "Hey, let's invite so and so over." So I feel like it would be a struggle to get that social time in with her, especially since a lot of
you think she gets that from her dad?
Definitely.
And
I would just bring her on stream each Tuesday, and that would be her social time. That's it. That's all you get, kiddo. Oh, we're both like that. That's the thing. Like the thing is, my husband and I, like, we're totally cool not seeing people for like weeks, but we're also cool having people over every day if we like them.
That's the key. Like, if you like them.
Yeah, like we have some people that we really like, and like if they would come over every day, totally cool. I can hang out with you every day, but it's not a lot of people, you know? So
guys, we only get the once a week, and only wants to hang out with us once a week on Tuesdays.
I want to do more. I'm like, I don't know which other evening to do. I feel like it would be cool to have another evening to like.
Hey, Caitlin had some luck showing my picture to her students. What if you just showed your picture to my husband? Then he would want to come to Texas.
That's solving it. Listen, if I can tell him you do tattoos and you like Star Wars, I think he's in.
Tell him that I will play all the Star Wars movies on the big screen the entire weekend.
He also likes video games.
Okay,
I mean,
fine.
he makes them, so he likes them.
Sam likes video games.
Cool.
And I could bring my husband and they can sit in a corner and not talk to anyone else besides each other as they talk about video games and Star
Awesome.
Wars.
So
watching
who's
it.
bringing their kid to sit next to my kid and they both play on their own iPads? Why not talk?
Savvy
Justin.
brought her kid and she was
That's
just
what it is.
fine.
Savvy has a talkative kid. My kid is like my kid can be talkative.
Savvy
Like if you
has
give her
one
enough
talkative
attention.
kid. No, Savvy brought a talkative kid and a iPad kid.
Okay, I need the iPad kid.
Okay, when we took the group photo, I walked through the whole compound to see if anyone was left, and sure enough, he had like hidden himself behind like a fence railing, and I was like, "Hey, bro, we're taking the picture now." And he looked up and he goes, "I don't want to," and then looked
That
back
would be
down at
my
his
kid.
iPad.
That's my kid.
And so
I'm so proud right now.
I walked over and I got down on his level and I said, "Hey, I'm Ben." And he introduced himself. And I said, "It's cool that you don't want to. Thank you for telling me. If you need anything, we'll be out front."
Cool beans.
I don't care. Like, it's whatever, dude.
But that's my kid right there.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie.
But that kid told Savvy that he had like the best time here that he had ever had anywhere, and that he was sad to leave because all the adults left him alone and didn't make him feel uncomfortable for being on his iPad. Like, people tried to talk to him, but like they had the same experience that I had, which was if he wanted to talk, he would, and if he didn't, he didn't, and you should respect that. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yep. I agree. Maybe we'll make it happen. Maybe I'll bring them. We'll see.
Yeah, I told my mom for Christmas, I need to put that on my Christmas list, that I said I wanted a flight ticket to Texas because I have a free hotel room that I can use. I just don't want to pay for my flight.
All right.
Caitlin, weren't we supposed to get like your mom's email so we could send her our
Christmas
Ooh,
Christmas
that's
list?
pretty. Are those all dots?
Yeah, I think my
And I
gradients.
love the new stuff you're doing, man.
I think my
That's
gradients are getting
amazing.
better. This is the one that I posted on
Let
Instagram
me put
earlier
you
that I hated.
on
Which
the
one?
big screen here.
Why?
It took 2 hours, and the gradient is just not good. It's just too dark. It's too
On the bottom?
yeah, the bottom. And so then I did this one, and I got a little bit better. And then
I mean, it's still sick.
and then that one's okay. Those two there are okay. And then this one is my favorite one so far.
Yeah, that's really cool. Are you enjoying like that as a little mix up from doing like a lot of the line work, or is that more of just the exercise you're doing?
I actually miss the line work quite a bit. So I've kind of shifting my business. I'm trying to remain optimistic about my business, but so I'm shifting away from big tattoos and going straight small. And pretty much only small, because it appears that is the way that the culture is moving. So basically for the next 10 weeks, I'm doing 5 new flash pages a week so that I can fill a book with 50 pages.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, it's a lot.
But once it's done,
Yeah.
it's going to be great.
Well, and that's the other thing I'm doing. If you've never been tattooed here before, if your design is not simple, then I'm kind of saying you have to get something out of that book, which is very 1970, 1980s of me. Like, I'm not giving you an option. And when I've already run into people saying, well, I just really want this. And it's like, that's great, but I'm about to spend 4 hours stabbing you, and you and I have no trust. So why don't we do a tiny little piece and establish some trust and find out if we like each other before we undertake this traumatic energy exchange of ink and blood. I'm sorry for any children
fair.
listening. So yeah, I've only done it with I got propositioned the other day. Guys, okay, get this. So I'm hoping Justin, can I tell this story?
Yeah, you're good. I got
Okay.
AirPod in.
All right, good. Okay. So at the end of the night, sometimes I have what is known as a clove cigar. It's not a cigarette. It's not a cigar. You're in Thailand it's a clove. Most people smoke them in college and quit. I'm not a grown-up. So, and I didn't go to college. So anyway, I'm out on the corner under the awning. And if you've been to the Texas meetup, you know where this is. It's very quiet. The crickets are singing. The wind's blowing gently. It's under 90 degrees for the first time all day. Some frogs are hopping around. It's great. I'm just very zen. And all of a sudden, I feel a presence, like right here. Like right here. And I turn, and there's a woman standing like where my hand is. I did not hear her coming. I do not and she goes, "Hey, I want to talk about tattoos." Now, she's carrying 3 plastic bags, 2 Cokes or sodas, like in big plastic jugs, and a pack of cigarettes. So I already kind of know something's a little up, I'm like, okay, cool, sit down. And I kind of move myself out of the chair and move the chair in between us as I try to determine if this person is well or not. And so she says, "I want to cover this up," and proceeds to drop her dress down to her waist. That's generally a bad sign for me. That it happens more than you would like at a tattoo shop, but that's generally not the way to open with Ben. Generally a handshake, your name, some type of introduction, like, peace be with you and an extra piece for you, something like that. So I'm like, okay, hey, like let's bring it back up. I see the tattoo, because the tattoo stretches across here, but it doesn't. There was no need to take the dress down, and it says the word Tay. That's a guy's name. Tay is what it says in giant letters. And she says, "Can you put a cancellation symbol around this?" Okay, well, this is
No way.
Yeah, this is not my first.
You said yes. That would be.
I said, I really
Just get
don't.
your best Sharpie out and be like, "Yep, $100."
I said, I really don't like how this is starting because I feel like you're going to be mad at me. And she goes, "You won't do it?" And I said, "No, I won't do it." And she goes, "Why?" And I said, "Because first of all, I don't even know who Tay is. But second of all, that's really bad energy to walk around the world with someone's name crossed out. That's just not smart. That's not how you want to live your life. And I'm not going to associate my work with bad energy." And she goes, "I can't believe you." And she cusses me out a little bit, but then she comes back and sits down and she goes, "Okay, what would you do over it?" And I said, and this is where people don't understand how much I love conversation. I said, "I would put three crosses over it." And she goes, "What?" And I go, "I would put 3 crosses over it." And she goes, "Why?" And I said, "Because the story in the Bible when, Jesus." And she goes, "Yeah, but how do you know I'm religious?" I'm like, "I don't. I'm just guessing." And she goes, "But you can't do that." And I'm like, "I'm a tattoo artist. I can do whatever I want. You asked my opinion. My opinion is 3 crosses would look really, really good right over that. And it would provide you with some really good energy. It showed you where you've been. It showed you where you're going. What's the negative here?" And she goes, "Okay, how much would you charge?" And I said, $80 a cross. She goes, "Really?" I go, "Yeah, I don't use machines. It's cheaper." She goes, okay, I don't have the money. Do you have any kids? And I'm like, what, where? Okay. And I'm like trying to stay in the moment because that's been my thing recently. I'm like, yes, I have 3 kids. She's like, what are their ages? I'm like, 25, 22, and 17. And she says, well, what about instead of money, I give you another kid and first you tattoo this across my chest? And I'm like, that is the strangest thing anyone has ever said to me. And while I do appreciate the offer, Tracy, I do not have the wherewithal to care for another kid. I'm doing my best to care for the 3 I have, and I'm going to call it a night.
I feel
Good
like
night, Tracy.
that would cost you more money getting another kid.
This has been story time with I've Been Kind.
And this is also why I told my kids he will not be telling Bible stories when he comes to hang out with us.
So that's a first for me. I've been tattooing since 2013, and I was offered a kid for a tattoo last night.
That's crazy.
That's not where I thought that story was going to end up.
It was so good, right? It takes a left hook, and you don't see it coming.
I'll use that for when I teach narrative writing. That's going to be what I say. Like, that's what you get, like an unexpected situation in a story. I'm sure my pastor would love me bringing that example in.
It's just crazy. The amount of crazy people you encounter sometimes, like in real life and online, is like it's a little frightening sometimes. Like how some people are just like my favorite are the people who are so sure of themselves. Like I'm all for believing in yourself, but there's believing in yourself and there's like just being a narcissist at that point. It's like, have you met yourself? Like, like some people is like, how do you like self-awareness is such a big thing for me, and like you figure out really quick who has it and who doesn't.
Yeah.
It's like, and like
Yeah.
I almost feel like people who don't almost scare me a little bit because they're so not even unpredictable, but I'm like, there's no reasoning with you. It doesn't matter how much I have a conversation with you. Like you just live in your own world, and you really believe it. It's not even that they on purpose do something wrong. It's like they really believe certain things about themselves and about the world. Where I'm just like, how do you get through to some of these people? Of like, you really need some help. Like it makes me nervous sometimes being around those people.
My role as a teacher, feedback on paper. I always one of the situations I had today. I told my kid, I was like, hey, I have a rule in my room. 1, don't make me do more paperwork than I have to. I hate doing paperwork. I do not want to give you any consequences to dean referrals, take homes. We call them take homes at our school. I said my other rule is accountability and ownership matters to me. If you're willing to take ownership for your actions, then we can like move forward and you will still get a consequence, but that consequence doesn't have to be as bad because of that reason. And like you said, like it's scary when people don't take ownership for mistakes and just be willing to admit they made a mistake. I'm the first teacher, like the situation I had today, the student said like, hey, I didn't feel heard in this situation, this moment, though she was not justified in her reasoning whatsoever. Like I still apologized because she didn't feel heard. Did I let her back in my room the entire day today? No, for other reasons. But like I still wanted her to know I apologize for making you feel like your voice didn't matter at this moment. And like it led for more opportunities to kind of like talk about like, hey, like in some cases as a teacher, the answer has to be no until we can have a private conversation. But in that moment, like she needed that. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on this issue. I can't talk about a lot about the situation. So that's the best I can explain with it.
It's tough too because I feel like adults are getting worse. Like, when I say adults, maybe we should define that, but I'm really talking about over 40. Like I noticed it first in like my dad and some of his friends. If they were asked to pull up at a drive-through, like they wouldn't do it. Like, you know how sometimes you've paid and then you've gone to the second window and they asked you to pull up to the third window? Like these guys won't do it. They'll just say no. They're like, "Hey, can you pull up?" And my dad and his friends were like, "No, I'm staying right here until I get my food. Like I have a right." And I'm like, "No, Dad, you don't. You That's not true. That's not. We have to go back to rights." Like, and I've had that same situation here at the tattoo shop where people walk onto the property and I can tell they're not listening, they're not respecting the artist. I ask them to leave, and their response is, "This is America," or "This is Texas." And I go, "I don't think you understand what that means. As a property owner, I have very different rights than you do. You're not in the public right now. I don't." And so it's gotten very confusing for people, and I think that's been passed on to the younger people because they're going, "Well, my dad's always or my mom's always yelling about this." It's like, yeah, but you're in a classroom. You're not in the public yet. Like, technically, you're on private property.
The kid told me today, "This is my classroom." And I was like, "Oh, honey. Little do you know, that's not how it works here." But the funny thing is, one of our students who I had a lot of issues with last year, she told one of my coworkers, she's like, "Hey, man, these new students, they're not going to last in Mrs. Caesar room. Mrs. Caesar don't play." And they were disrespectful today. It was so funny. Like the kid who was known for having the most attitude now is like, "You're not going to like it."
Yeah, there's no way I could be a teacher. For sure. I'd get in trouble.
Oh,
I'd get in a lot of trouble.
I have gotten really good at saying sarcastic comments in my head and not out loud. I do ask my students, "Do you want a sarcastic answer to that, or do you want a real answer?" They always say sarcastic, and then I make fun of them. So I get permission to make fun of them at least before I answer their questions.
It's smart.
Kids generally appreciate that more, though.
Oh yeah.
It's a great relationship tip too. Anytime there's a conversation, you've been like, "Do you want a solution, or do you just want me to listen? You let me know right now before you come out with this problem."
And that's the cool thing. Like, that I think I sometimes forget too. Like, I think we all are better at our jobs than we realize in some days. As it's like that reminder for myself, like, like it was one of my students' parents' birthday today, and he purposely ignored my phone call because it was his birthday. And he's like, "You only call me when my kid gets in trouble." And I told him, like, "No, we as a class wanted to all wish you happy birthday." And he's like, "Yeah, I still wasn't gonna answer the phone. I wasn't dealing with any of my kids' shenanigans today." But like him and I were able to joke around like that, and his son started laughing. I'm like, that's the relationship that you can have, and those are like, I'm thankful for those parents.
Yeah.
Break the stereotype of not being as easy to work with. That
All right.
doesn't happen as often.
Let's discuss the real reason you're here.
Do you have?
What do you think of Taylor Swift's ring?
Oh, I did hop on. That was funny. I was laughing that Anne had no idea what was happening.
Yeah.
I was not on socials enough today.
I don't know if you guys can see it. So as someone who has a multi-generational ring, I wish it didn't cost that much money. And I wish it would have been like a family heirloom. I think would have been more meaningful, is my thoughts on it.
True. Especially for her. I feel like she's more of a that would have fit her more.
Yeah, I can see that, but I can also see like the Sophia Loren, like Marilyn Monroe, like one big rock, like 1950s, 60s kind of vibe, if there wasn't a family heirloom to pass down.
I feel like it's a very interesting ring. It's not like a usual.
I was really happy that I pulled Sophia Loren out at the last second because that's what it reminds me of way more than Marilyn.
Also, I will say, I don't know where his family's from. I feel like anyone who lives in the United States and has a family like his, like they have a family heirloom ring. Like, don't even lie to me. Like,
I don't think so. They went through a really bad divorce, so it might have ended up in a lake.
maybe, but you would think like maybe a grandparent or something like that.
Yeah, but divorce is weird, man. He could have lost both sets of parents. Like, you know.
True. So I will be getting when my mom's already told me this. I'm getting all my mom's rings.
Mhm.
But like Caesar's, we have so the middle part is his grandma's. Then the next part is his dad to his mom, even though they got divorced, and then we added the next part on. So we have
Nice.
3 generations.
So in like 10 more generations, it'll just be like a solid bar, and they won't be able to bend their finger.
It's gonna
and
be
they'll
like, yeah, just walking around like tilted with the rate. Yeah.
But see, I got my mom's, and I think I got my mom's engagement ring, but my parents are divorced, so I was like, is that a good thing to like have your? I didn't
think
end up,
doing
and I think I
whatever
got
you
it. I
want
think I
is
got
a
it
good
after I
thing.
actually got married. But I feel like it's a weird thing to like, and it wasn't like the best separation either. So it's not like it has like fond memories. And on top of it, my dad's parents like they hid the ring for a while because it was so hard to get back in like East Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Like things like that. It was like expensive for their times, and that would have been like getting a lot of crap for it. So they hid the ring for a while. So I was like, there's not a lot of positivity around that ring. So I'm like, I have it. And if my daughter wants it at some point, great. But for me, I know too many stories that I'm like, I don't know if it's for me. Like, I don't know if I would look at the ring and think of happy marriage, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it depends on like how it went separate. Like my parents did not go easy from each other.
I will
So
say,
touchy. So is having a piece of the wall a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. Like I don't have one. I don't think. Do I? I might have some in some boxes. I don't have one. But you can also just if you go to Berlin, you can find a piece of the wall in any souvenir shop at this point. So it's not like a super like the wall was really long, you know? Like
Mm-hmm.
so like there's a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a bad thing. It's a piece of history. I don't think necessarily that a lot of East Germans kept that part because you had to live behind it for so long. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. You know, I don't really need it anymore. I think it's maybe more for tourists who come in and like want a piece of history because they're not gonna live there.
Yeah.
But if you live in Berlin, there's still pieces that are standing around as just like a monument. So you get to see it every day if you want to.
So many of my grandfather's brothers were in the war. And so when the wall fell, my aunt was in the Secret Service and she was there and got him a piece. And that was a really weird thing. And I've always wanted to ask someone because it's not mine. I don't have it, you know, like it just seems like such a weird thing because there's such not negativity, but heightened emotions tied to it. I don't
I
think
definitely
it's
know what you mean. It's like having a piece of like, I mean, it's not as bad, but like having a piece of the concentration camp. It's like,
yes,
why would you want that? You
right.
know, like it's a negative thing that most people wanted to get away of. So I
If
think
people
again,
didn't
it's like
understand the history, then it seems to some people like, oh, it's just a cool memento, and it's like, it's really pretty dark. It was, and it represented a long time as well. It wasn't like, oh, boom, it was over.
I think I bought a piece at some point for somebody in the States when I went back. So I don't think it's a bad thing. Again,
Yeah.
it's again. I think for some people it's good to have a reminder of like history not repeating itself. I think for those things, it's good to have history things like in a life. Well, like this was a real thing. It wasn't just like a story. This is the real piece. Like there was a real wall. So I think you can use it as a teaching moment if you want to. But again, I don't think anybody in East Germany definitely would keep that because like we're all happy it's gone. Like I wouldn't be here if it wouldn't be gone. So
And like
I think a lot of older people might have. I think my grandma's generation and up not appreciate it necessarily, but it did as much as it came with restrictions. That also came with a lot of safety. Not everybody wanted to live in East Germany. It wasn't like, hey, let's live there. It sounds awesome. It wasn't. So like it was a lot of very close-knit communities because if you don't have anything, like you have to find resources. You have to talk to each other. So like the community feeling growing up, like even like the wall fell when I was like 5. But like the community growing up in East Germany was super tight. Like my parents built the house I grew up in. Like and it's a stone house. Like it's 3 stories, but like half the village helped build that thing. You know, like that was a very like community was a really big thing, and I missed that later on, like growing up and like moving to a bigger city, and even here not having that. So I feel like a lot of especially older people missed that security of that once the wall fell. So I could see them maybe hanging on to a piece.
But you bring up such an interesting point because we work so hard now to not have hardship. So then where does the sense of community come from if there's no hardship?
I know I asked my
People rally around that stuff.
sorry.
Shared I don't want to say shared trauma, but shared what word am I thinking of?
Experience.
Shared experience or
There can be
shared
shared trauma,
hardships.
like,
It means the same thing where your coworkers, it's easiest to talk about the negative things that are going on at work than the positives. Or if you get through something together, then it's something that you'll always remember and will bond you forever.
I mean, you can see it every time there's a natural disaster or something big happens. Like I know that like all of a sudden the whole country sticks together for this one thing and then you fall apart again after. You know, like I think hardship is a big thing of when you realize you need each other. Like we're actually dependent on each other to make something happen, like real things happen, you know? It's harder now to get that. Like you get it in bursts here and there, but you don't really get it all the time. And I feel like, again, I was super young when the wall was still up, but like I heard enough stories and the thing is like on the one hand, again, it was this community feeling and like really close knit and people really knowing each other, but it was also this surveillance and like not being able to travel anywhere. So it all comes with what do you want in your life? What are you willing to give up for having certain things? It's fascinating. There's this it's a German movie, but it won an Oscar. It's called The Life of the Others, and it follows one of the people who used to watch everybody, who was on the Stasi, and it's a fast. And I watched it with my mom when she was here at some point, and there were so many moments where she's like, "This kind of happened to me too." Like it was fascinating. There was this one scene in the movie where somebody gets called into an office and they said, "Go sit down." It's like, "I don't want to sit. Like, I need you to sit down." And when the conversation's over, he leaves the office and they take the leather of the seat and put it in a jar because they knew he was one of the possible escape people, like wanting to escape the country. And so they could have that jar for dogs to sniff on to find him.
Oh, jeez.
And my mom was like, "This happened to me." Like she doesn't know what happened after, but she had the like she was a teacher and my mom is very outspoken. And there were 2 big moments where she told me about. Like one was the like one needing to sit down and like them basically making her like, "I need you to sit down," and she doesn't know what happened after, if the same thing happened to her. And then there was one, my brother wasn't born yet, so it was just my sister and me. We were like 3 and 5 maybe. And they were like, because she was a teacher and you couldn't tell kids what was actually going on, if you don't stop, we're gonna take your kids away.
Mhm.
And they could at the time. It was very easy for them to just say like, hey, she's not a good fit mother, kids away. And then she got a little bit quieter. But like hearing those stories, like how extreme it was, like it's always the two sides of the coin. On the one hand, like you were so pushed into this one thing and you're supposed to function a certain way, but on the other hand, it also gives extremes because everybody was watched all the time. Crime was so down, like
Mhm.
there was no reason for you to commit any crime because people would 100% find out about it.
Mhm.
100%, because one of your neighbors was definitely watching you. You didn't know who it was, but one of your neighbors was definitely watching you. My mom and my dad both had Stasi files, and they got them after the wall fell down or like broke. They're blacked out. They black out all the names, so you don't know who actually reported on you, and they black out everything that could reveal that it was one of your neighbors because this conversation only happened with this person. They both had one because my mom was a teacher, my dad had a business, so those people were definitely on surveillance all the time. So it was crazy, like to hear these stories later that all this stuff was going around them. Like it's fascinating, but it's also super weird. Like hearing that now, growing up in a very free environment, that was normal for them to be watched all the time and you didn't know who was watching you.
And this is gonna be like I have another friend who lives in Germany. I haven't talked to her in a while. So for you, did you guys talk within your education about a lot about like World War II and things that happening? And so this is kind of like where I'm curious because like we here in America, we tend to, I say we as an educator, I've noticed this, we tend to forget about bad parts of our country's history or like not good ones and be like, oh, this is like, for example, like the Trail of Tears. Our history book only had like a paragraph about the Trail of Tears in it because it's like we don't want to mention this really not very good thing that our government did.
Mhm.
From your education and like what is your history like when it comes to like country's history?
We learned a lot about it. Like there was a lot of First and Second World War because we were involved in both. Like US, I don't know if every school does that, but I think a lot of them do. We did a class trip to Auschwitz.
Mhm.
You go to a concentration camp and you have to see it, and like there's like movies in there, and like I remember, I don't know if it was because we went to multiple concentration camps. One of them, I will never forget that, had on display what they did with the bones. They would use bones to like make things out of lampshades and shit like that, like skin. Like it was. I think it was important to see as much as it's maybe scarring or something, but like it's one thing to hear something out of a history book and like you hear they might have done certain things and then actually seeing them. Like seeing this is actual real skin. You see these pictures of like just body after body. And I hope Steven's your daughter's not listening right now. In these giant mass graves.
Mhm.
Like that was so impact. You go into the buildings and you see where people had to sleep and shower and be together. You have your own room as a teenager, and like we were probably teenagers at the time when we went. So like we were like 17, 18 years old when we did that. And just like seeing this, like it's just wood they slept on. There wasn't a mattress, it's just wood and like hundreds of people. And it's like I think it was important to see that, to understand like this shit really happened. This is not just like a story we're telling you, like this happened and it should never happen again and you need to hear about it. And I think it's important to have that kind of impact. And, like it's still hard for like a teenager to really grasp what that means. But it sounds weird, but I'm glad that we went, that I had that experience. Like I feel so much closer to it, and like, but I feel like in general, it's very different. Like when I come to America and everybody has like pride of their country, it is so different in Germany. It's almost discouraged to have pride of your country. Like every 4 years when soccer championship is going on, like the world, Germany will go wild and we have our flags out. But besides that, you don't show a freaking flag because that's so much. It looks like you are right wing. You are a Nazi if you have a flag out. pretty much. Like you're not really encouraged to show pride in your country. Which is weird for me, like now living here and seeing like the extreme pride and coming from a country that is not supposed to show any pride in their country whatsoever is really weird for me. Or like here, like a lot of it is into military and like building it out, and like Germany isn't allowed to do certain military things because of like, again, we were in 2 world wars. So it was interesting to live in those countries and see the difference of it and like how things are handled. But we are very big on teaching these things that happened, and we did in history, like for months at a time. Like it's a big deal, like all the details, what led up to it and why. And I loved one of my history teachers. He showed us the movie The Wave. It's an American, it happened for real, like it's a experiment an American did. I think in the 80s, 70s or 80s, was a professor here in the States who talked about the Holocaust, and all the kids were like, yeah, we were never, how could they be this dumb? Like this would never happen again. And he wanted to teach them history can repeat itself. And so he started this movement within his classroom of like being in certain groups, and like kids would like split itself into different groups. Like it got really extreme and really dangerous really fast. We should look at the movie. It's a really good movie. They remade it in German a couple of years later too, and it showed them, and I think he got into a lot of trouble for it at the end. But it showed them that if you're not careful, history can repeat itself. Even today, it doesn't matter what you know about history. It doesn't matter how smart you are. Like people in Germany weren't dumb back then. You know,
No.
it's just if you tell people what they want to hear, if you're in a shitty enough situation and you tell them, I know a way out and this is a way out, or I'm showing you the person who's put you in the situation you were in. Like it can always, like I feel like that's why history is such an important lesson, and I'm so sad sometimes how it's taught, at least how it was taught in Germany. Some of my history teachers were so big on like always teaching about just remember the year it happened, and like all these like just plain facts versus like getting something out of it. Why did it happen? How could it happen again? How can we prevent it from like I think that's why we should have history lessons of like how humans are so much the same, no matter how long ago it is.
I think that's what I love about stories so much. I mean, if you look, if you run back, and this is different because this did happen, but again, none of us were there, and we know people get things wrong when they repeat facts sometimes. You know, if Anne tells Caitlin something, who tells Justin something, who tells me something, who tells Gary something, it's going to be said differently. But again, within that, it's crazy to me that we've gotten to a point like in like my lifetime where I can just mention someone's name and an adult will start yelling at me like a politician. Like, I mean, physically yelling, not like raise their voice, not like their tone is bad, but like literal, like loud yelling.
Like anger, real anger.
And they get done and they go, I just never thought you were the type of person who would like that guy. And I go, you didn't even let me finish my sentence. I thought something that guy said was interesting. I didn't say I liked that guy. I didn't say I even voted for that. I said his name and you lost your mind. So to your point, Anne, I think it's fascinating that everyone thinks we can't get back there. But if we can't have conversations about topics, you know, someone was telling me the other day that, I experienced this the first with the Dixie Chicks. I love the Dixie Chicks music.
That is like the craziest things to what we were talking about. And then now we're like, this is why I love you so much, Ben, just with how your brain works.
Because I went from Hitler to the Dixie Chicks.
Like, I'm just
normal association.
It's like it's normal conversations with Ben. Like I love it so much.
But okay, but here's the deal: the Dixie Chicks
Mm.
were a band. To some extent, they were a reaction to the boy bands, to NSYNC, to the Backstreet Boys. They were a freaking band. Like, and then they said something that they didn't like about what the president said. And so we just freaking canceled them. And then when they came back, they couldn't be the Dixie Chicks because Dixie is apparently a word we don't use anymore, but we're not going to talk about why, because apparently what they were saying was we're the Southern Confederate racist country girl singers. Who said that ever? No one ever said that.
That's a really long band name, by the way.
Exactly. It would never even fit on a CD cover.
It's not catchy.
No, I'm not catching on at all. What's the acronym here?
Right. And so like the Dixie Chicks, so then they come back as the Chicks.
That's worse.
Is that better?
That's what I'm saying. Like I can't listen to a band called the Chicks.
Chicks, yeah.
Like
That
call
sounds
your
weird.
band Estrogen. Like I don't know. Like at least get like creative about it.
And then people yell at you for calling them derogatory female names, where it's
Right.
like, why are you calling us chicks? We are empowered women.
There's
It's like,
It's
that. Like, I don't care what you call me at this point. I will accept nearly any word at this point.
okay, but for the record, hang on. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there fast. And then Justin's gonna what was their best? Yeah, the Chicks, formerly the Dixie Chicks. Jeez.
it was like Born to Run or something, right? Wasn't there at their title song or something?
Wide Open Spaces.
Oh, there you go.
And then what was the full album? It was Fly. Guys, Fly, one of the greatest pop country albums of all time. You can listen to it start to finish. And that's one of my big things with albums. It's one of the reasons I love Everclear. It's one of the reasons I love Green Day. Almost every one of Green Day's albums, you can put it in, hit play, and listen to the whole thing.
That's what I've been starting to do with some of my favorite artists is do like full album plays. Because you could hear the story behind the album, which I really love. Two things. We actually, in Wisconsin state standards, we have to teach about the Holocaust. So it works out perfectly, like curriculum wise, where like this year, Caesar's year, because we do like a year A and a year B. My year B teaches about the Holocaust in reading class, and then his year A teaches about it's flip flopped. However it is. And like this year, I always read a book on the Holocaust. One of the books that we read is called The Assignment by Lisa something. She's like Wisconsin. I think she's from Wisconsin. And it is so interesting how the high school teacher, it's based off a true story. The high school teacher created almost like a mini communist Nazi community within the classroom, but you had to advocate why was the Holocaust okay for the assignment. And it was like reading it is like it's a young adult novel, so there's kind of like that side of it, like that's how it's written for teenagers, but it really brings up a good point. Like, when do you also stand up for like assignments like that are like, because I could never do that no matter what. Granted, like, well, if there's a bigger picture this year, learning like critical thinking skills, but like it was cool seeing like how you have these two teenagers getting a lot of trouble for refusing to do the assignment. One of the kids, his grandma and grandpa were actually in Germany during the war. So he's like, how am I going to support something that forced my family out of their home? And so it's a really good book. Like I read it. I don't know if I'll be able to read it with my 8th graders this year. But it's like a phenomenal book of just giving like the realization of the world we live in. And like Caesar teaches about dictatorship in his history class with like Abraham Lincoln. Like technically Abraham Lincoln what had to be a dictator to like get our country to like where it's at, like with the Civil War.
Mhm.
Because if he wouldn't have overruled some of the situations he overruled, like we would not have had
Mhm.
that war. So in some cases, like you have leaders who make really good decisions with power, but then it's like the sinful world we live in. Some leaders are going to make terrible decisions as well. But sometimes, yeah, there's like that balance of
Well, in
It's like
both
how far you take it. Like,
Yeah.
in
don't get
both
like Hitler
wars.
was an idiot. So you can.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry.
Hitler was like sick, but there's also a lot of things that Germans do know and like known for that happened because of his leadership.
Uh-huh.
Like all the autobahns and all that, like all that stuff is like through him. Like nobody talks about it now because nobody was like, hey, cool thing,
Yeah.
dude. But like it's like a lot of the leaders got to where they are because they did positive things and then it took it a step too far. Like or they were like a little mentally not where they should be.
I taught public speaking for a little bit. We talked about Hitler, and so we brought it up, and I was like, do you guys realize one of the best public speakers to ever walk on this earth was Hitler? And he's like, but he was such a terrible person. I'm like, but if you're a good public speaker, it doesn't matter what you're saying, you can convince people to believe you. I'm like, that's what I want you guys to realize. That's the power of our words and actions, which is why it's so important that we listen to what people are saying, not just how they say it. And it's like a huge teaching lesson because of like how great he was at speaking. Not the best, didn't make the best decisions in life, but that was a skill that he had.
Not just good at speaking, also like I think it's a skill too to know what people want to hear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
So
really
that-
using that for your advantage. If you know people are really like, we're talking about people had just come out of First World War. We got punished for a lot of things in the First World War. Like people were down. Like you didn't have shit, and then there's somebody telling you, "I'm gonna give you the world."
Well, and there was also a major discrepancy in classes. So a large percentage of human beings had nothing coming out of World War One, and this very small group of individuals had a lot. And it just wasn't that much of a stretch to be like, yo, it's their fault. Like it's wild when you look at it like it, but again, I agree with you that the public speaking is one part of it, but also just knowing what people are talking about, what human beings are saying, and then what they want to hear to change it. And what's wild is like Germany was leading in so many things. Like I'm not saying this because you're here. Like it's fascinating to me. Like, so I have 6 brothers and 1 sister. So we're a war family, you know what I mean? And in my family growing up, it was like Marcus Aurelius, Rommel, like Napoleon, like, and people never understood why we would bring up Rommel, because we had read every book in the library, and Rommel's one of the de facto best generals in the history of war. Eisenhower is probably the only reason we even got close to like maintaining even, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's really fascinating because the strategies were so next level. It's a lot of fun. And it's like, but again, I go back to, it's funny to me that I can say this with people that I've met through VeeFriends. But if I mention the German general, the Desert Fox, to anyone I grew up with, they'll call me unpatriotic. And it's like, guys, I know 25 more stories about American generals I can tell you, and 10 more wars, because we're better at war than everyone else. But this one general was really good at this, you know. And so like, and they go, well, I just don't know why you keep bringing him up. Because he was good at what he did. Like, it doesn't make a person evil. And if you read his books, if you read his diary, if you learn about his family, he hated war. But he had to be good at it so his men didn't die. Like, how isn't Aren't we like that?
It's interesting for me too. Like I sometimes want to know because I didn't grow up here, so I don't know what the system is. Like I'm learning the school system here through my daughter, basically. I remember when I first moved here, I was still like, I used to be really blonde. So I'm blonde and blue-eyed, and I came from Germany, and I had a very thick accent. I still have an accent, but I had a very thick. So it was very clear that where I came from. The amount of times I was asked once they figured out I was German if I'm a Nazi, was
Whoa.
staggering.
That's
Like, or
insane.
if I knew somebody who was like, you do know not everybody from Germany, like you know that's like a long time ago. Like my mom isn't one. My grandma was like, I don't know, 5 when the war happened. Like she doesn't remember shit. Like not none of my family line like that I've ever met in my life were Nazis, but like just being blonde, blue-eyed, and coming from Germany, having a thick accent was like enough for like a lot of like not even asking me, you know, like just being genuinely curious of like, are you one? Because you look like one, you know, that's what we heard. You are blonde and blue-eyed, like that's what you are. It was like, it's not how that works, man. That it was a choice more than it was like your look, you know, like Hitler did not have blue eyes and blonde hair. Just let's start
I
there.
was
You
about
know,
to say, like, the whole cabinet didn't
Hitler
have
was
blonde
not
eyes.
German, by the way. Hitler was not German. Let's start there, by the way. Like it's like it was staggering for me, like, and I questioned a little bit like the school system here. It's like, is that what you guys are taught? Like, is that what that makes me nervous then for like why America sees the world a certain way if that's how you teach different countries and different cultures. Like that makes me nervous a little bit.
So
Okay.
I've heard this story before. I had a middle school teacher who was so disrespectful with how she treated students, where like putting a picture of a gorilla up to compare like a student to a gorilla. Like that's how terrible my middle school teacher was. But like as someone who does not teach kids, like majority of my kids are African American, teaching about World War II, I had 2 kids in my class with blonde hair and blue eyes. And I don't think necessarily it's always the school system. I think it's also the culture we're hearing in society as a whole and the community as a whole. Like in my classroom, my phrase is, this is a safe place. If you ruin my safe place, get out of my room. You're not welcome here till you're ready to keep it safe. Because like some of my classmates made those 2 students and some of their classmates made them feel uncomfortable for having blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm like, dude, they're literally 12. Like they're not even like they've been like here their entire life.
Mhm.
And it breaks my heart knowing that granted, like I work in a different setting, so we talk about like a lot about racism in my class quite a bit and like civil rights and like different social justice movements. Like we have those conversations. But I'm like, y'all, this isn't, huh. I'm like, I get it. There's things that have happened, but now we're going to have a respectful conversation about this so we can learn from it. Because Hitler based a lot of his viewpoints off of Martin Luther, who is the founder, I'm going to put founder of the religion I am, Lutheran. And I tell people, I'm like, you guys realize like Martin Luther, yes, he helped the Catholic Church, but also he wasn't necessarily the nicest person with some of his other viewpoints. I'm like, to be sides of every coin, guys. Like we got to make sure we're having these real conversations in a respectful manner that's productive and beneficial.
But see, here's the funny thing to me is I've mentioned the Martin Luther's 95 Thesis to like a bunch of people over the last year. No one knows what that is.
Yeah, until Winberg.
Right. It's like it's wild to me because I don't know how you're a Christian without knowing what Martin Luther's 95 Theses are, because it turned Protestantism on its head. Like we took a hard left and put the pedal to the floor after that. And it's just like, it's basic history. That's all I'm saying. It's not even theology. Like I have practically a seminary degree, but that's just basic theology 101.
Yeah. And within well, I mean, a lot of it comes into like from the world as someone who's like in the ministry world and who I grew up Presbyterian. Like Presbyterians never mention Martin Luther whatsoever.
Yeah, because they're Catholic light.
And it's one of those, it's very interesting even just seeing, because like, well, I jokingly say the Wells people, and I'm Wells, only think Wells are going to be in heaven. That's not how it works. But it's like, well, this person is who we based off of. This is the truest great. I'm like, whatever. We're not getting to that conversation tonight.
Right.
Like you said, it's history.
It's just, but it's a long, but again, it's a long.
I love history. Let's just talk about history, guys.
Justin's like, this is not philosophy 101. This is
I'm
VeeFriends.
listening. Hey, I'm getting educated. It's all good.
I think Ben and I could talk about history all night long, and we'd be as happy as can be.
I could be too. I think it's fascinating because, like, again, like my husband, for example, is like super into history, and I think I would have been if I would have had the right teachers.
Mhm.
Like my first history teacher in middle/high school, because it's combined for us, was amazing. He was a history and art teacher, and he was the one like showed us movies and stuff, like to give us a little bit more of like what can really happen. And then after that, I got history teachers who would literally start every history lesson, would pick somebody in the room, and you have to answer. They would give you 10 dates, and you need to know what happened that day, and you would get a grade for that. The anxiety studying every history class was staggering. Like you just try to escape that room. And like I started to hate history. And that's like history should be just like art. I don't think it should be graded. I think it should be purely something you learn from to expand. Like, and cue Tim coming in. Tim, we're talking about school and like how to not do it. Yeah, I
But
feel like
but
I
but
was
here's the fascinating thing, Anne, because like to me, I don't even know. Like I'm wondering if I know I'm a tattoo artist and I'm not a teacher, but like I don't know how you don't tell the actual stories, because if you tell the true stories of Texas, okay, our Declaration of Independence. And by the way, I am the proudest Texan of any Texan.
What's Texas?
I love the state that I live in. But here's what's fascinating. Our Declaration of Independence, right? Texas, it's like a page and a half long because that's all the words we knew at the time. Okay? like that's real talk. Next, you know what's fascinating? Out of 200 people that signed it, 174 of them were Mexican nationals. Not Hispanic people who lived here. They were Mexican nationals. They were born and raised in Mexico with direct ties to Mexico City. I love that. Like that makes my heart so happy to learn that like Sam Houston was a degenerate alcoholic. Like literally had to be tied to his horse after the Alamo. That doesn't make me not love the state I'm from. That makes me fascinated that Texas is what it is. But then when I translate my history to Germany, I all of a sudden understand the humanity of Germany. Like I all of a sudden am interested and fascinated by the fact that there was a massive immigration issue prior to World War I for Germany. Like it wasn't even small by today's standards. It was like 1 year there were this many people, and 24 months later there were triple that, and most of them were not originally in the country. Like that's a fascinating thing, and you go, oh, I get it now. I get how this upheaval occurred.
like this. I think it's fun too to go into different countries and then really learn from them as you're there. Like you also start appreciating your own country more. Like growing up in Germany, everything was so normal to have. Like it was normal for me to have really old buildings and like have all this history preserved and stuff. And like now having lived in America and then going back to Germany, I can appreciate things much more. Like I can appreciate like how old everything is and that it's not normal to have this. You know, like the oldest building here is like a complete new build compared to Germany. You know, like thousands of years old and stuff like that. Like just like our churches, for example, like are built with these giant boulders on top of each other. Like that's what they look like. And that was normal for me because every little village had that type of church, you know? And it wasn't like it wasn't like fancy or anything. Like it's these tiny things, but like it always has this one tower that's built out of giant boulders on top of each other. And like that's not normal to build.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a normal thing. Or
Yeah.
even the houses. Like I remember when I moved here, like in Germany, everybody builds out of bricks. Like that's just the standard. And I came here and it was like, what do you mean you built with wood?
Yeah.
What do you, especially in Washington State where everything rains all the time? What do you mean you build a house out of wood and it rains the entire time when you build it? Like, what are
Right.
you talking about? Like, this is not a good idea, people.
Right. It's like mold 101.
Yeah, it's like it was fascinating to me, like just the differences in culture. Like the funny thing is too, when people like move from America like to Germany. In Germany, I don't know why we do it. It's kind of stupid, but you take your kitchens with you. You don't leave your kitchen in your apartment. You take it to the next apartment and make it work somehow. So when you move into an apartment, you have to buy an entire kitchen each time, unless you buy it from the previous person. And like the same as like washer, dryer, everything. Like moving in Germany is if you think in America it's a pain in Germany. Like you need a full on. And now I'm like, why do we do that? Now then, like you could just leave your kitchen there.
Right.
People could just leave their kitchens in their homes and move to the next home, and it just has the kitchen there and the
Right.
washer and the dryer, versus moving that shit every time. Like it's so weird. You get so used to doing things a certain way because you don't know otherwise, unless you move into another country and then you're like, wait, so we can do this differently? Like I think, but you have to experience it. I feel like it's different visiting a country versus living in a country for a while.
Yes.
Like I can even in the beginning it annoyed me almost going into a store in America because Germans are so much for themselves. Everybody was like, "How are you?" And I was like, why are you talking? Like, why are you following me in the store? Like I felt like they're observing me. That like I'm about to steal something. Like I would leave stores immediately if they would do that. And I hear background sounds from somebody.
Probably Dustin.
No, he's muted.
Not me.
Um, and so it took me a really long time to be okay with like the friendliness of America, that no matter where you go, if it's a store, if it's just like down the street, people will talk to you. People will just say hi and be like super open and nice and want to know who you are, but not really. You know, you just want like they just want you to say I'm fine. That's the answer I learned really fast. And then I went back to Germany and had like a super weird experience. It's just weird like living in different countries and experience and how people generally behave on a day-to-day basis, and like how you get so used to a certain way really fast.
Yeah. And it's always interesting just hearing what life is like, I think within like our different states we live in too, but not as drastic. Like where my
It
aunt
is drastic.
and like where my aunt lives, it takes her 20 minutes to get to the grocery store, like on a short drive. But that's the closest grocery store to our farm, versus like here in Milwaukee, we are 2 minutes away from a gas station right down the street. Like it's just so different even in that case. Education's different in every single state. Arkansas has terrible education, I'll say it. But like even like where some states are known for better education, which I think is also baffling to me too.
Yeah, Texas always leads in education and healthcare.
I'm gonna say no. I don't teach in Texas, so Texas doesn't have a good education system. I mean, let's just say how it is. Yeah, okay. Okay, Tim. Florida also is trash with their education system, from what I've heard. Chris, I think we talked about that, Chris, too. Like, not in
I'm not
Tim's.
sure. I went to school in Michigan, so where I was at, it was good, but it's all city. I
Yeah,
grew up in Michigan. I've only been in Florida for like 8 years.
but Midwest education is no joke. Like, we got nothing else to do here besides go to school. So,
What part of Michigan?
20 minutes outside of Detroit,
what direction?
north.
North.
Yeah.
I would say that matters because if you go a little too far, you may end up in a like.
But I mean, that was a whole growing up and culture thing as well, Like, I mean, granted, growing up, Detroit was total crack hole. And now it's like doing really well and it's turning itself around and there's business down there. But it was you don't go down to Detroit ever. And that was just the culture of it. Of course, it's probably my upbringing too, growing up in this white picket fence, golden retriever type of lifestyle. Um, but yeah, it's all very interesting how you're raised and all that stuff. And then you grow up and realize most of it was a facade.
Mm.
I feel like the states are so different here. When I moved here, I moved to Seattle. Like very people are very much for themselves still, like a little bit more to Germany, still more open than Germany, but like more to it. And then within like a month or two of me moving here, my host family has family in Florida and Alabama. So we went to Florida, but it was like a gated community. It was like a golf course thing, so like all fancy pants. And then we went to Alabama. It's like completely different world. Like I didn't understand a word they were saying because
I
I wasn't.
love Alabama because
Got the
I'm
cakes
so
in
fucking
that.
smart in Alabama. I have a PhD and I didn't even go to college.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, I mean, listen, the people there were extremely nice and open.
They have
If
to
you are a
be.
certain color,
They have to be.
That is true.
But that was like such a. I'm like coming from Seattle and then going to Florida and this gated community and then going to this like, am I still in the same country? What like all in like the first 3 months of me moving here, still my English not being the best, and was like everybody talks different. I was like, what is happening? Like I don't understand what's going on here. But also like having the comparison, I think Germany fits like multiple times into Texas.
Yeah.
Which you don't realize, like how big America, because the world map is not true. It's not real. Like it's not the real comparison. Like you don't realize how freaking big America is. It's ridiculous. I mean, you guys have 3 time zones.
Well, you don't realize that I can drive
that
for 8
including Mountain Time?
hours and still be in Texas. Like I can
Like
drive the majority of a day and not leave Texas. Like
that's
it's
just insane.
yeah, when you said Houston, I was thinking like, yeah, it's an hour and a half, 2 hours, like it's the closest big city. But then I realized like to a European, 2 hours is a train or something. Like you're not going to do that in some cases.
It's like now living in America, it's okay. Like it's an hour and a half is an okay drive for us. Like, but yeah, coming from like an hour and a half, I couldn't be in another country in Germany.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and like I drove an hour, pretty much like an hour and a half every day to get to like Chicago for the national when we went. And like seeing people's reactions, they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Y'all, that's not that bad." Like my dad was driving, like my dad and I bond over driving quite a bit, but it was just a different world in that case.
Well, and we know like so like I've taught all my kids like what like the highway patrol, like how like some towns, so basically 100 miles in any direction, we know which town you can speed in, which town you don't speed in,
100%.
which town you can speed 30 miles over the speed limit, which town you can't go 3 like micro points of a mile over the speed limit, you know, like
Tim, hang on. Can we just acknowledge the fact that Tim said,
Tim has a question for you.
yeah, Tim has 2 things. Tim asked, how many puzzle pieces?
I'm still at what, 11? I stopped doing most, if not all, VeeFriends fan art because I'm still waiting on Legal's response. I've had conversations. They've given my emails to the right people. I'm just waiting for responses. So, yeah.
Also, Tim, to clarify, you say, and then I need to shower and go to bed because I have to work tomorrow. You drive an hour to get to school every day to get to work.
I don't think that's unusual.
I drive 6
I drove like
minutes.
45 minutes every day to my school too.
I drive 7.5 minutes.
Hours?
No, minutes. We purposely, when we were house hunting, it used to be like a 20-minute drive through construction and traffic. We specifically, when we were looking for houses, we wanted to either buy a house, we didn't need to take like the highway to get to work. So it's 1, 2, 3 turns. Like my school is 7 minutes away from. It's like right actually between my house and JJ's house. It's like right in the middle of it. But I was like, man, $7 of tolls a day? No. Is it with the
Who's-
Sun Pass, Tim? I
Who's
have the Sun
JJ?
Pass in
Who's
my car.
JJ?
I don't know. I don't know if you guys know him. It's Pepper's birthday today. That's what really matters.
Happy
That's right. Happy
birthday.
birthday, Pepper.
She has Lando's bandana on still in that picture. Oh, the red one. Tim, where's your school located? What city in Florida? Yeah, I definitely would say good schools are worth the drive.
Well, even just talking about how big like the United States is, like I'm sure me and Tim live in totally different Floridas.
Tim,
Like
what does SSCS mean?
but Florida's like the more north you go, the more
Oh,
south you
cool.
actually are.
Yep.
Tim, my grandparents lived in that in Seminole County, I think. My grandparents lived in St. Petersburg, so I spent every Christmas at St. Petersburg, Florida. We went to
Your
John's Pass.
grandparents lived in an old movie theater?
Oh, hold up. Your school is an old movie theater? No way.
Cool.
Oh my God.
That's badass.
That's cool.
I mean, I'm all for repurposing, but
3 hallways.
like, how do you teach in front of like the? I'm thinking of a movie theater. All the seats go down. Is that how you teach? Like, I mean, if you had that giant screen, that would be epic. That would be cool to learn from as your
Art
model.
class
But
with
still,
him.
like,
I don't know
What's
who
up, Alex?
Black Label is. I don't know who that is. Hey, Black Label, you still got my charger?
no, from National.
That's
Yeah.
why he had to get a new phone.
His other phone died.
No, his other phone didn't fit your charger.
He sent both the charger and his phone to my house. No, I mean, dude, it's not a big deal. I don't care how much. Bring it to Chicago next year. Yeah, I need to go to bed. This was a great conversation, guys. What I'm hearing is we should start a podcast called I've Been Kind, a history time with I've Been Kind.
No, I'm good.
Yes.
We should start a
I'm in.
podcast called andbag.com and I'm in.
Community Night History. We'll come up
We
with
invite Ren to it. How's it, Ren?
Oh
He's a
yeah.
history guy. Let's make it a history channel. The VeeFriends history channel.
We can
Has
do
nothing
that.
to do with VeeFriends.
Yeah, we just can't invite Mosher, okay? Fuck that dude. Until
Who?
I see him in the face, like I'm not gonna
Marshall?
Mosher.
Oh,
He's a Brit and he's always mad about something. And I give him hell for being a loser.
there's a lot of people who are always mad about things. Like the conversations today were last 2 days. It was like there's like I said in the beginning, there's too many. I'm not even gonna say it.
The first time I
To-do
went
list.
on one of Mosher's spaces, I called him a loser and he said, "Why?" Because of my opinion about VeeFriends, and I said, "No, because we're British. You're British, and we kicked your ass in 1776."
I love that so much. All right.
What do you say?
We've been best friends ever since.
There you go. That's how you
I
make.
love you all so much.
We
Good
love
night,
you too,
Caitlin.
Caitlin. Go to bed, get some sleep and some rest.
See,
I'm gonna
Caitlin,
say
feel
though,
better.
you sound much better now than at the beginning of this conversation. I'm not saying we made you like sound better and feel better, but we kind of did.
That
You
is what
did.
she's saying. Exactly what she's saying.
So what I'm hearing, Anne, is I need to call you more so you can make.
Yes, just text me before you call me. You know that rule.
I did almost call you yesterday, but I
You
held
can't
back.
call me. You know that, right?
I didn't though, because I'm like, Anne doesn't like phone calls, so I called my other friend
You
instead.
can still call me. That's differences. Like not everybody
Alright.
gets to call me. Like I wouldn't pick up for your brother, but I would pick up for you.
He doesn't pick up for me either, so it's fair.
I would be so weirded out if Sog would actually call me because we don't call each other. We just text each other.
Actually, please answer, because something could be seriously wrong.
I know that would be like first. I was like butt dial. Like, this is not a real call. And then I would be like, are you okay?
All right. With that being said, good night, guys. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Where were we? Besides
I
history.
was so enthralled into your history conversation, I completely spaced on the whole VeeFriends stream.
So I have it
He-
up in the back, but I'm not
Oh,
listening.
I was
Did
about to
anything
ask,
happen?
did he announce any alpha or anything?
I didn't listen to it, and I don't think you missed much. There was like a giant raid at some point, and there was like over 1,000 people in there, and then there was Gary in there. So you can imagine what kind of stream that was. Yeah, nobody wants to be in there.
All right, let's break something.
Did you just say Gary's in there and no one wants to be in there?
No, it's because as soon as Gary is in the stream, everybody
Yep, it
goes
just goes
nuts, not because
crazy.
of VeeFriends, but because of Gary. It's like you
Yeah.
can't get a word in there. Nothing is normal. Like, it's not a conversation. It's just a hype and crazy. Not because of Gary, but because of the fanatic people who come in because it's Gary Vaynerchuk.
Right.
Sorry, Jerry,
Well,
but
that's like the tea with Gary Vee are so hard to like get anything in.
I
Or
vote,
there's someone
I don't
spamming the
watch
I
same
vote
questions
second
over
from
and
the
over.
top. Unless
Second
you're
from the
trying,
top?
yeah, unless you're trying to sell them, in which case I don't
No.
vote.
second from the top is also third from the back. That's a soggy thing.
That is true. That is all the things.
Oh no, Ben is turning into soggy. Too much influence.
Here we go, Big Curry.
Let's
Big
pick
Curry
something good.
inbound.
Is that from a sealed case?
Okay, but I was listening
It
to
was
y'all.
at some point.
Do we want a big curry? Because the problem is if we pull a big curry, the market crashes.
Nobody can tell.
Okay.
Okay,
This
so
stays within this room.
okay, Justin,
Mm.
you blink twice if you see a curry, and I will end the stream. So only the
Okay.
4 of us will see what it is, and it will be between. Nobody will say a thing. But I'm not even kidding. If you had product, if you would sit on product of one of, it doesn't matter if it's Chrome or anything else, and you would pull the biggest thing by yourself, would you tell people, or would you keep it for yourself and sell your product first? Like,
Sell
what
it.
do you do?
I would probably announce it.
It's pretty
You
funny.
know it's going to crash the market.
There's a story here. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
You're fine.
When I worked in sports cards, there was people who were chasing this Joe Burrow 1 of 1. It's like the biggest card you could get.
Clown.
Ooh, clown. In the
And
second
people
spot?
were
That's weird.
in the
Okay.
cases were selling for tons of money because everyone was trying to find this card.
Mhm.
And they were opening it on stream and they knew that it was a redemption, which means it's like a typed out thing. And so they were
Mhm.
about to reveal it, and the guy I used to work for was a huge distributor, and he's like, wait, let me sell my cases. Let me sell my cases first. And then they opened it. But he was joking, but the price of the boxes went down significantly.
Oh, I thought that was Gary. I was
definitely-
like, oh, black and white Gary.
I was definitely
that's
nervous
nice.
once the Black Cat Super was pulled, if the product would go down a lot, because that was the chase in Topps Chrome.
Yeah.
And like, even though there was a lot of other 1 of 1 still out and like so many inserts and stuff, it was definitely like, and it happened so fast too. Like, you pulled it within the first 2-3 weeks of the product.
Yeah, I wasn't too deep into it.
Yeah. So, I like the Phoenix a lot, especially on the black and white.
Phoenix
That's
black
awesome.
and white.
Yeah, it's like my favorite
Ooh,
card.
that's a
Phoenix
nice
black and
one.
white.
Color match.
I am like 80%
Alex
done with
like,
this
yeah, thanks,
project.
Justin, for pulling that cat and making the.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. You know what's so funny is like there was never a
What?
thought that we were actually like that was the chase until I pulled it. Like never in the back of my head was like I really hope this is the super black cat. Like it just wasn't ever a thought.
I
Ooh,
felt like
elite.
I don't remember like what gave me that impression, if there was a life or something. I
Yay,
don't felt
Chili.
like woohoo. I don't felt like VeeFriends was super excited of it coming out so early either.
I don't think so either.
Because that's, you don't want the top hit to come out in the first couple of weeks. Like you wanted to last a long time because they also didn't know like what is it going to do to the market. You know, like coming out so early. But I think it didn't end up like tanking the market, which was good. But you
I
never
think it
know.
helps that like sketch cards were selling for crazy amounts of money and stuff like that, so people knew you could pretty much hit almost any spot if you hit a sketch card.
Yeah, so I don't know what sketches they're going for anymore.
I think that's the difference to Chrome versus maybe like the super stickers. Chrome has so many different inserts and things to chase, versus just like with the stickers, you know exactly what you're getting in each box, and like it's very predictable. Versus Chrome is like you sometime have an overall
Gary.
idea. Woohoo! Let's
Nice.
I've still not pulled a single of the Gary ones, or the Curry ones.
It's so funny because I had pulled I had cracked open a whole case because during my Sapphire break I was giving everybody that missed a pack. And so at the end of the pack I had 2 packs left. So instead of 70, I only had to give out 68. And so out of those 2 packs I actually pulled a Gary, and I pulled like a numbered 199. I was like, what are the
Nice.
odds? I literally like put the whole like unboxed everything and just put it in a big old bin and was like grabbing them out as I was filling them. It was actually a pretty decent box. You got a cow, a clown, 299 blue splashes, and
What I don't like that the cases are not shuffled well.
yeah.
You either way get a case with a lot of Garys or a lot of Currys or nothing at all.
I mean,
It would
half
be
of me
more
wants
fun
to
to have
open the other 3 boxes that are sitting out of here that came from
like
the same
if you
source.
open half a case
Yeah,
and
you
have
might.
no Curry or no Gary in it, you know the rest of the case doesn't have either. So then it's
Yeah.
really hard to run another break with like that type of boxes. Like it's just too predictable. Like nobody wants it to be that predictable. It
Well,
takes
even
the
the
fun out of it.
numbering, like it almost seems like
Mhm.
whatever number card you get, you're gonna get the exact same number card.
Yeah.
We had one box today that didn't have the same. Everything else had the same.
So I
It's just very odd.
I missed what y'all were saying earlier about Sapphire. What's the market at with Sapphire right now?
If you're buying a sealed, you'll be lucky to find anything less than 75, 80 grand right now. But if you're trying to break it, you'll be lucky to about make the same. Like breaking it was very much more profitable at the beginning, but that has definitely slowed. So I think pre-fees and everything, you can still get to about 9,000 for a box, but then after fees, it comes out to 75 or so.
Yeah.
It's
What is
just not-
what is the thought process on not moving it? I'm just curious for those of you that have it. Because
I have one sealed right now that I bought outright. So I was actually having that same conversation with myself, like knowing because the last box that I broke was a cosign, and I was telling him, I was like, I don't know if the market's like good for you to really profit too much on this. Is there a number that you're eyeballing? He's like, well, if I can get more than 7, I'll be fine with it. I was like, well, I'm pretty confident we'll get you at least up to 7. And so, I mean, we barely got him there, but we got him there. So then I was telling him, I was like, yeah, I know. I mean, if you're not in a hurry, I think maybe it's a good play to hold on to it to kind of wait to see what the market does.
Yeah.
But he obviously everybody wants liquid sooner than later. So I was like, well, I mean, it's your box. I'll do what you want me to do. So he ended up wanting to rip it, ended up pulling the freaking Sapphire Cat out of that box. He's like, damn, I should have kept it. And I was like, oh, it's one of those things. Like,
yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Exactly. So, but that's kind of where it's at. I mean, we saw the same thing with Series 1. Like, we freaking came out of the gun, freaking skyrocketed. People were selling boxes for 15 grand. And then it dipped all the way down to like 2 grand a box or something. And then, now we're back to 8 or whatever. So,
Holy crap! It's almost 1 in the morning.
Dude, we're just
I
we're,
guess on the East Coast.
we're trying to help you finish
Yeah.
your freaking art, man. Like, hurry up.
I'm on my 5th of 5 that I have to do of the mystery
Alright.
things that I can't talk about.
Pull in
And I feel like
pull in a Gary. I want to break open another box. But go ahead.
I feel like because Sapphire went down so quick, a lot of more people debating either way holding on to it or breaking it yourself. Like I wanted to sell too, and I need to financially, but like it's going down so like I don't wanna break. It takes too long to sell out. I'm not in for that. I don't want to sit there for like 5+ hours to sell out the break. It's just
And
not.
you don't
I have
think you
other
can get 7 for it?
You could sell it for 7 straight out right now. Like I actually paid 7 for mine.
But I feel like for that, if you have anything in your box, like if you look at the single card prices,
Yeah.
it might take you a little bit to sell them. You are getting close to that. At that point, you can just break yourself and hope you get something good. Like even if you don't get something, you know you're going to get 4 numbered cards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and if you get decent characters, you getting somewhat close to selling the box. And then it's like, then I'm almost going to take the risk and hope out something good and actually make more money on it. Like. It just dipped it almost dipped $1,000 within 2 weeks. Like that's a lot for me. So I'm like, do I rather hold on or like break up my like risk it than take that big of a cut?
Mm-hmm.
Did you recently buy it, or when did you buy it?
No, a long
Can't
time
remember.
ago.
Oh, okay. So you got a deal on it. You're profiting either way. Yeah, it's a good place to be.
So I'm debating back and forth. Like
What up,
I think I would
Tabby?
have maybe gone for 8, but I wouldn't go lower than 8. I think there was more, and at that point I'd rather if I
Oh
can't
yeah.
sell it for that, then I'd rather feel like I'm either way keeping it until it goes up or breaking it. Like I don't know. I feel like 7 is too low for that box, in my eyes, or for the amount of cards you get.
Yeah, single sales are tough for me. I don't have a Sapphire box, so you should take that into consideration. All I will say is like Whiskey and I probably did single sales more than anyone else for a year or two before, and like it just doesn't pay off long term. Like
Short
term. You have to. You're better off selling sealed on a high than because the problem is to hit that 8-9 grand. There's really only 4 numbered cards you can hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe 8, like tops. But then you have to look on eBay and see if any of those have actually sold. You know, because it doesn't really matter. Hold and sell for 16. Black Label win 2027. Look, Black Label, Alex, you haven't been here. Here's the problem, okay? If Travis doesn't take her last name and they don't get married in 2026, I don't think Sapphire goes up to 16.
We're breaking a Sapphire on their wedding day. Like at the wedding. That's the play.
There you go.
Number 3. No, number 2. Number 2. Sorry. Number 2.
The one in the middle. It's always
Golden
the one
middle.
in the middle. This has another Gary in it. I'm ripping the other 2. I'm just saying.
Oh, for sure.
How are the Garys selling right now?
Yeah, $50.
Still not bad.
Yeah. All right.
It almost makes up for the box if you got it for a Series 1 hold up sale.
Yep. Yeah, I still have 2 cases sitting here. I'm not short on product. Well,
Taylor Swift.
Tab, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting married.
We're having a sapphire wedding. Let's just call it that. Ben, put that in your album that you're sending to Taylor. That is
Mhm.
going to be a sapphire wedding.
Yes,
Blue
a
is
sapphire
definitely a
wedding,
color.
100%.
She could make that her next album. It's a sapphire album. Like it's the whole thing. Ooh, black and white Xbox. That's a great one. What's the color? It's only the squiggles on the Xbox.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Was it?
Ooh, those are great black and white ones.
That is a solid pack right there.
No, Tab.
Double
they're
black and
not.
white and a red double.
That does not sound weird, Alex. Shut your whorish mouth.
It does sound weird though, Travis.
It does.
They both can just keep. They're gonna be modern and both just keep their names. Nobody has
They're
to
not
take each
going to
other's
be
name.
modern. No, it's not going to be Taylor Kelsey.
Taylor Swift Kelsey, and then she just goes by Taylor Swift.
Do you
That's what I would
guys think S2 will really pick back up like G says? 911. If G says it enough times, then yes.
Did I tell you guys I broke a whole case and hit 20 out of 24 hits were the freaking 399 of
Oh,
clouds?
that same thing happened to me. Like I broke half a case, and it was all in the clouds and like 2 of the blue splash. That's it. Like it was all the same. It's like this is like, come on, shuffle that shit. Like it's not that hard. A 3-year-old can shuffle.
I don't know why you're talking about Adam like that.
He's on the stream on the other side. He's
I'll
not
text him
paying
right now. Shuffle that shit better, man. Also, what's up with their stream? Like, I don't think it's my phone. Are they all super tanned, or is it just like the camera weird? But they look like they're all on vacation for a
I
long
like
time,
have the
man.
vibrant mode set too high or something.
I know. It's like, where do you guys go? Like Italy?
I think panicking
another
is a
red double.
strong. I think panicking is a strong term.
Who's panicking?
Black Label said G is panicking.
G's
What did I miss
panicking?
in the? She's panicking because pucks below. Oh, S2 has value all the time, but with no TCG focus on one side.
So I think everybody needs to chill for about 3 weeks. I think we just ran into some bad timing. Like G always takes off, but like usually I think it's September though, or is it always August? Like anyway, it just feels like right after the National, VeeFriends, like Jeremy moved, Gary got married or something. I don't know. Like, and then everybody, like even a lot of the podcasters I follow, like went on vacation for 21 days. Like, guys, it just got really quiet for like 3 weeks, and we had been so solid all year. I don't really think the market's dying, although I will say cardboard prices are going up in a scary way for the economy, because when the economy starts to tank, cardboard prices go up. And I have never been an economist or been able to do math, so take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, like
I'm just realizing, how are we not all investing our money in paper and trees? We buy so much cardboard. We know where all the stuff is coming from. We're like not being smart at all. All the stuff is made with paper. We like need to be like investing in the paper industry. Damn it.
Exactly.
We should start a paper company.
No auto.
Ooh, it's even better. Needs chocolate.
Curry though.
Bullish bull. Oh well. I'll save the other 2 boxes, I guess. I mean, even the Curry crossovers are still going for like $30. So it's like, kind of makes more sense to open the Percy's to see if you hit anything else. Freaking.
Tab, we just blocked you because of the state you're from. It's not personal. Everyone from Mississippi starts out blocked, and then Anne has to allow it.
It's actually so I can see on Twitch what's blocked. It's the cowgirl. You keep
You
saying
can't.
cowgirl, and apparently that part is blocked.
Yeah,
don't say that.
sex words. Tab. This is a family show. Do not say the S
So a
word.
cowgirl is apparently a sexual word. Now you know. A cowboy isn't, but a cowgirl is. Discrimination right there. You should keep saying the same word. It's not happening, Tab. Like, it doesn't matter. I didn't put the words in there. It just Twitch decides what. Twitch knows you, Tab.
Well, that's the other thing, Tab. Like, everybody's going back to school at different times. So, like, school for us started last week. Apparently, for Anne, it's starting next week. Like, I think everybody's just busy, man.
I think especially with like summer, everybody's off and like doing things, and then they come was like, I gotta keep the, what's it called, the ground running, hit the ground running for like fourth quarter. Then I get busy.
Yeah, I think we'll know in. But I don't know. I mean, back to Black Label saying that, like, hold it and sell it for $16K. Like, look, if you think it's going to $16K, by all means, hold it. I don't
see it so high.
I don't ever really worry about like upside like that. I remember selling a card for 90, and about a month later, someone sold it for like 230, 240. And they were like, "Do you regret selling it?" I'm like, "No, I bought it for 15 and I sold it for 90. Like, I was really happy." And they're like, "Yeah, but they're like, yeah, but look at all the profit you missed out on." I'm like, "Yeah, but if I 4X and the people who buy from me 4X, we're all winning."
Yep. I actually pulled it out of 10. Go ahead.
It just as easily could have gone to 50 cents.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I actually pulled an out of 10 Ninja on freaking Pokey Studios.
Nice.
The one that he sold for $12.70. So he like really wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
And I literally paid $25 for the pack or something.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, if you want it, I'm seeing a Heart Trooper Sapphire back there, and I'm seeing a Wolf Sapphire back there. If you want to give me both of those, I'll trade it straight up for you.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll take it. I was like, all right. And then the next day he turned around and sold it for freaking $12.70. I was like, good on you, man. Like, I honestly thought I got the better end of the deal, but
Right.
seems like you got the better end of the deal. So
I mean, yes, but like, then where do you buy a Wolf and a Heart Trooper Sapphire for? Like, I don't know. Like, I get it. I hear what you're saying, but also like, I don't know. I'm always the guy that, like, if I'm happy, I don't really worry about what happens after that.
Yeah, exactly. I was fine with the trade. I'm just like, hey,
win Texas 2026. Soggy, we're trying. Okay, so what Whiskey and I are doing is we're setting up a massive rug pull. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell the tickets, and then we're going to skip the country. We're just going to collect the money and then go. We're probably going to Stevens View.
that's what I'm talking about. Hawaii, Texas meetup.
So it'll just be me, Whiskey, and him. I don't know what weekend. I need to get so many people are in my DMs asking what the specific dates are, and I'm like, guys, it's 115 degrees by 11 o'clock here with 100% humidity, and I can't think straight.
Yes, Soggy.
Hawaii is.
We just got rid of our loincloths, so if you're coming to Hawaii, make sure you bring one.
Also, if we were going to get rid of a state, it would absolutely be Mississippi. It would not be Hawaii. Why would we get rid of Hawaii? Exactly, 911.
Man, I looked up houses in Mississippi, I could
Yeah.
buy a sick house in Mississippi.
Yeah, you could. Do you know why?
But
It's
then I live in Mississippi.
1943 there.
Yeah. Yep.
The
But
only
man, my
good
money
thing
goes
about
far in
Mississippi is
Mississippi.
that the pros are there.
The what is there?
Tab Pro and Steven Pro.
Hmm. Can't get rid of Mississippi. Makes sense.
I want to go for my birthday, March 7th. All right, let's look at dates. Hang on. What are the... Okay, if I scroll right. Okay.
Let me check my calendar too.
March 7th. That's not going to work, I don't think. I don't know. It
To
could.
answer your question, pot roast.
How is the 14th again? Isn't that the weekend?
Yeah, because I think did we do it on the 14th last time? It was the 15th. Yeah, 14th, 15th, 16th, something like that.
I believe that. I can tell you in a second. It's probably still on my calendar.
So generally speaking, it would either be the 13th, 14th, and 15th, or the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, generally speaking. But I feel like IJ Rob's wife has a birthday, and that's why he can never come. And we talked about maybe moving it just for him. No, don't wake up, Whiskey. That's a terrible idea. That is really expensive electricity, Tab. I don't pay that on the tattoo shop.
That's crazy for electricity.
Yeah, it's like a freaking mortgage, man. What are you doing? What are they? Have you guys heard of? No, right. It's Mississippi. Okay, so there's this new thing called solar, and you can make electricity from the sun. You should probably, I don't know, tell somebody about it.
You probably heard that, Jasmine.
He probably did. So let's see.
So what you're saying is block the weekend of the 14th and the 21st. Got it.
What I'm saying is Whiskey will say better words on his next stream.
Cool beats. So we will all go into Whiskey's next stream and say, Ben said, you're telling us the day today.
Yes, definitely do that. He'll really enjoy that.
Or we just tell him the date and just surprise.
Yeah, just say, hey, Ben said March 7th.
We
Okay,
already get tickets.
So Anne, here's the problem. You were asking both years. I want to say it's been in the 70s or 80s with no rain, lots of sunshine.
Okay, I'll take it. If I come and it rains, I want like a refund.
Right. The difficulty is the March before that, it was like 18 degrees and it snowed for 5 days and we didn't have power.
Oh, hell no.
Right. So that's kind of the problem, is that like the river either goes up 97 feet in 45 minutes or it doesn't rain for a year and a half.
Cool.
I think it makes for a good story.
Perfect. 18 tap. 18, not 80. 18. 1 8. That's below freezing.
Yeah,
That's
that's
people
not
dying if you
that's
go outside.
right. That's not. And for the record, when it was 18 degrees, I kept a fire going for like 8 days straight. And people made fun of me, and I was like, I don't know why y'all are making fun of me. You could die in this. Like I want there to be a fire always going, even if it's just to make me mentally feel better.
Yeah. I'm allergic to anything but me too, Tab.
As
I just
long
don't get a choice here in
as
Washington.
long as we don't get into April, it really shouldn't be raining.
Yeah, April is shitty here too.
In April, it rains for like 28 out of 30 days.
That's just fall and winter for us. That's why we need to escape in the spring, because we can't handle it anymore. But usually, like last year, we
It's in
went in
March,
like
Deb.
February. Stuff like March is cutting it a little. I don't know. To make it a family trip to get away from the coldness might be a little late for us, but I'll make it happen one way or another.
I'm trying to get us move it to October. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, that's not a good idea, Tap.
Halloween at the tattoo shop. That is also not going to happen. I don't know if you know this. I don't like clowns, and I have been known to threaten them with bodily harm.
Are you a Halloween person though? Do you like
No,
it?
I'm not. No.
Like just not care about it, or just like hate it?
So Halloween for me is associated with like Freddy Krueger and really, really scary movies. And not
Okay.
necessarily Freddy Krueger, but like Saw and stuff like that. I mean, Saw's more psychological, so maybe not that. Maybe just another scary, I don't know, whatever movie fucking scared you as a kid. Just booked all of October and loved it. The crazy thing is, Alex, you could probably do that for cheaper than anywhere else in the country. Yeah, so I don't watch scary movies. I just can't. My imagination does things. Like I tell stories pretty well, and I love movies and I love pop culture, but like I can't go to that part of my brain, like Hellraiser and stuff like that, right? Like my mind will just 10 or 20x whatever is on the screen, and it'll do it all night, and I won't sleep for 3 days. So I don't have an issue with like dressing kids up and going and getting candy. But if you're like, we want to go to a realistic haunted house, like I'm not your guy.
Yeah, not my thing anymore either.
And do you remember when there was that fad in America of like dressing up like a clown and running up on someone?
Like we don't do that kind of shit. Like we don't really have Halloween in Germany. That's a thing.
Okay, well, there was a fad here in America of like running, like wearing a really creepy clown outfit and having someone record you go scare someone in the street. And I will go to jail and I will never apologize. Like, I don't care if they have kids, okay? I don't care if there's a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old. If you run up to me after midnight in a clown costume, you're getting one warning, and then I kill you. It's not complicated.
Makes sense.
I don't know how that became a thing, and people laugh about it. They're just like, ha ha ha, it's so funny. Look, it's on YouTube. And I'm like, ha ha ha, look, your dad's dead. Like, how is that funny?
It's a general like a weird thing, like a funny. Like we have holiday that's in the spring where we dress up, but it's not necessarily about being scary. Like there's parts of Germany that do like the scary stuff, but we love just like you dress up as anything. Like it's not scary related.
Yeah.
And people have like, what do you call that? Just like gosh, what's the name for it? Where you're just like there's like a parade through the street, basically. Like, why is it so weird? A parade through the street, and people throw candy, and you catch it. That's the cool thing.
I love it.
That's what we do. What is a spike house? Oh, a spook house, Poppy. Like, yeah, I don't do like spooky stuff. I used to love that kind of stuff. I remember like when I was a teenager, I would love to sit in the dark and watch scary movies. Like I would be like all over that. And now I'm like, I can't even watch that shit in like daylight anymore. Like it's just not for me. It's like, nope.
What's strange though is like I could take you out in the woods here at 2 a.m. and like we could hear hogs rooting around, right? Which hogs are like really like crash through the underbrush and they're really loud and like they like being in the dark in the woods doesn't scare me. Being in unfamiliar woods with people I don't know doesn't scare me. Like I was telling y'all that funny story about like I'm at the edge of kind of a bad neighborhood. Like it's good for about another 3 blocks. And then after that, it gets kind of dark, like in a violent crime kind of way. And like, dude, I'm not scared about anything here. Like I've talked to kids who have pointed guns at me. Like we've had good conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not afraid of that. But like literally a clown runs at me out of an alley. Yeah, one of us is going to die. It may be me of a heart attack, but like I just can't mentally wrap my brain around why someone would do that. Like why would you dress up like a clown and chase someone in the dark?
I mean, I wouldn't also go in like the forest in the dark by myself. Like that would be like, I'm good. It's just not happening anymore. I was like too scared of any of that stuff.
I think you'd like it here because once you get used to the owls, like you realize that everything's asleep but them.
The thing is, like, I'm not even afraid that there's anything in. I just don't like it. I don't like not knowing what's there and hearing like weird noises, even just in the house. Like if I sleep somewhere, like when you sleep at like a friend's house or like your relative or something, and like everything sounds different.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like the stairs and like the doors and everything is just like I am not for it. It's like it's just not for me, man. I like where I know it. Here in my house, I know exactly. I hear a door and I can tell exactly which door to which room it is, no matter where it is in the house. Like, I need that familiarity. I don't like weird things.
Yeah, it's always bad when the police get called.
All right, I'm gonna get the little one rearing up for bed. So and say goodnight.
Sounds good.
Good night, Justin.
Good to see you.
All right, always good to see y'all. Good night.
Good to see you.
Good night, Tabby. See you, Toxic. Piplup.
See, this is where I know Tab and I are from similar areas. Do you see that comment, Anne?
The owl one?
Mm-hmm.
Scary to you. Go outside, see one thing.
I've been.
I'm not even afraid of owls. Like owls are cool, but like there's other things.
Yeah, but you don't realize how big they are. I've been looking out the kitchen window with my mom, and she's looking and going, Ben, why is there a tall man standing in the front yard? And I look out there, and it looks like there's a hooded man standing in the front yard who's 4.5 feet tall. And so being this is where I'm from, right? I just walk out there, and an owl flies away. It was just standing in the yard, like 3.5, 4 feet tall. Yeah, when they're on the fence. Yeah, it's terrifying. They're huge.
On top of the fact that like owls are known for like kind of have that like weird intrigue of being like secret society, like all-knowing beings, and it's like, well, what are you doing here? Big creepy owl.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I guess I don't know if it's everywhere, but like there have been several occasions where like I sincerely thought it was a human being and it was an owl. So I understand how in like prior times they could have gotten this kind of mythical reputation, you know, because it's 2025 and I'm looking out my window going like, what is that man doing in the front yard? And then I walk out there and it's an owl. like it's so weird.
That's
We don't get
crazy.
to see a lot of owl here. You hear them a lot, and every now and then we see them during the day. But you
Mhm.
don't get to see them a lot at night here.
We don't have a lot
And
of
now I don't
owls
want
down
to
here.
after your experience. Sounds creepy.
I
Almost
think
there.
like and where we are, like a lot of the deer move the same way they've moved for like 200 years. Like there's just not enough new highways or new you know what I'm saying? Like yes, there's a new residential area, but like the railroads haven't changed in 100 years. You know, the big highways haven't changed in 100 years. So maybe like I don't know, it's just wild. Like sometimes you get the distinct impression that like nature hasn't really we have like every 3 to 4 years we have like a 2 acre pond, and every 3 to 4 years like clockwork an alligator shows up and spends the winter in our pond,
What?
and then he's gone for 3 to 4 years again, and it's just like he's been doing this forever, you know what I mean? Like it's
You have
just like
alligators in Texas?
yeah we have a lot of alligators.
How did I not know
Isn't
that?
that pretty awesome though, Ben? Like this big creature, just like that's just what he does, and you just let him do his thing.
Yeah, you don't have to, they don't bother you.
No, that's like they'll be in our
No.
neighborhood sometimes because we have ponds behind us,
Yeah.
so they'll be swimming in the ponds, and it's like people will post on like our neighborhood thing and be like,
Yeah.
"It's 11 o'clock at night. I'm walking my dog, and the alligator's out. So be careful, guys. Like we need to get rid of this alligator." It's like, or just don't walk your dog at 11 at night, or have this little like 2 pound little puppy. It's like let's be smart here.
We have a lot of wildlife
Like
moving around and like being in backyards because the area I'm living in, like especially the city, is expanding a ton.
Mhm.
Like all the farms, as soon as they go for sale, the developers will buy them up and like put out a ton of houses. Um, so we have like bears in our neighbors' yards and stuff. It's kind of a more common thing. Which makes sense. Like if you're building into their home, like they're gonna
They're gonna
go
move.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Not much
like
you
the
can do about it.
alligators, they don't generally bother anybody, right?
no, and that's the thing. It's like yeah, he waited for all you guys to go to bed so he could walk across the neighborhood, and you decided to go outside. Like that's on you.
I mean, they do come out
As if
during the day sometimes, but I remember like the school I used to teach to because that was like in a more wooded area. Um, every now and then we had a bear, and then we would have to be inside the school. Like we wouldn't be allowed to go outside with the kids on the playground because the bear could
Mhm.
jump it. That was always and then the bear at some point discovered the garbage outside of our school.
Mhm.
And there's always a ton of food because like every leftover of the kids from lunch would go in there.
Yeah.
And so like we had to have like special garbage containers and stuff because we had like a bear almost daily, which was fun because it was always there was a school and on the right side was like the garbage area. And so that's what also where the parents would park, drop their kids off. So we're
Mhm.
like, hey, you can't park here today. There's a bear right there. Like parents are so stupid to let me get closer with my 3-year-old to get a picture of this bear. It's like this is a
Right.
very stupid idea, especially
Right.
in spring when they have children.
Soggy, it's all 4 weeks of October.
come whenever.
If I
Yeah,
were
it's like
you, I would see if your boss will let you work remotely from next weekend until Tab. We would never say that about you, but we would pull our cars closer to take a picture of you. taking a picture
It's
of the
one
bear.
thing if you park your car and you stay in your car. They're walking up to the bear with a 3-year-old. Like, this is such a have some common sense in your like, that's just
Right.
or drop your kids off first and then go to the bear, you know?
Well, have you seen those videos of those people getting attacked by like buffalo? Like there's one that just went viral recently, but I had that experience as almost like a teenager with like with a big cow, right? A steer. Like you walk out there and you realize that he's just standing and his head comes down above the top of your head. And he turns towards you and he has horns and he takes a couple steps your way and you're like, oh, you weigh more than my dad's truck does. So I'm just going to walk that way now. Like it's no big deal. And you see the guy in the video like, come closer, kids. Look, he's right here. I can almost touch him. And then the buffalo runs him over. And I'm like, you got run over by a buffalo.
It's called natural selection.
All right, so what's your guys' craziest animal encounter story?
I think I have a crazy one.
And I know you have one.
I mean, I swam with like stingrays, but that was on purpose. So it wasn't like we went out there to do it and I fed the stingrays too. And we could touch them and I was like scared to death that because I think 2 or 3 years before that, Steve Irwin had died because of one. I was like, I don't want to die today. Like he loved animals and he didn't make it. Like I'm not making it with that one. Like, you know, like I'm not as
You
good as a
love
person as he
animals.
was.
Hands like, I don't love animals. He loved animals.
I love animals. I'm just very scared of a lot of them. I don't touch a lot of animals. I don't like things that are super fast. I'm terrified of spiders. Like I have so much respect for animals and I love them. I just love them from a distance. I don't like being close. Like even having a dog was a big deal for me. Like I don't like being in pain or getting even just a scratch. Like I am very pain sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
That it just feels I don't know. For me it feels more extreme than it should. And so I'm very sensitive to not get hurt by anything. So I'm staying away from animals if I don't have to. If there's a possibility they could hurt me, I'm like, I'm good. I don't have to touch that snake. I'm good, guys.
Yeah.
I
mean, honestly, like I think the cow story was it because it like it and it's not that wild, but like I was probably I was having to measure a half a mile out, you know, and like when you get within a couple hundred yards of a herd of cows and you piss off the main cow just by existing, it doesn't feel great because you're a quarter a mile back to safety. You know, and I knew enough about animals to know like don't completely turn your back on it. Don't appear like you're running. You know, I had ridden horses before. I've worked with dogs before. It's not like I was fearful. It was just pretty obvious to me that he was not trying to appear that he was upset. He was actually upset. I had come a long way and he didn't appreciate it. And so, yeah, it was just, I mean, I got out of the situation just kind of going back and forth, you know. But yeah, that's probably it.
I had a situation. I was in the mountains of, where was it? One of the Carolinas. Or maybe it was Tennessee. Might have been in Tennessee. And we were actually fleeing from a hurricane. So someone had a cabin up in the mountains. It was gorgeous. They let us stay there. And I was really into running at the time. And I was like, man, I'm going to go running like in this mountain. It's going to be so cool. So I run down this hill. I'm like flying because it's all downhill.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like the road, because the road's like wind up and down these mountains, and there's like a path down that I'm running, and all of a sudden I see this wolf whip across the road by the opening where I'm about to run out to, and I was like, "What in the world was that?" Like, I've never seen a wolf before, so I kind of like slowly like get out to see out this road, and it was like a movie. Like, now how wolves stand like the majestic over the shoulder look. This thing stopped,
Mhm.
did that pose, looked
Mhm.
at me, and it was this weird, like, we caught eyes, and it was this moment of like, he could kill me right now,
Mhm.
or decide that he doesn't care. And he just turned and kept going.
Mhm.
And I bolted back up that mountain, and
Mhm.
another one came and jumped over a bush. And so I get, anyways, crazy. But then I get back at the cabin, and my wife's like, "That was a really short run. Like, you weren't gone very long." I was like, "Yeah, I was dying because I've never seen anything like that in my life." But it was also like the craziest thing ever. Because you think a
Yeah.
wolf, like, you would like get what it looks like, but it was like
Yeah.
that silvery gray,
Mhm.
like, gorgeous look, bigger than a dog. And I was just like, "What in the world is that thing?" It was like
People
straight out
don't
of a movie.
people don't understand how magically terrifying it is to run into a wolf in the wild. And so the
That's
only
exactly what it
reason I'm
was.
smiling is because, yeah, I've had that experience, and I don't know, it's kind of religious, man. I agree with you though.
It
You
was a
have
weird,
no
like, spiritual
control.
moment.
Yes, you have no control over anything.
Yeah, it's like that moment of
Yeah, you're just
you
like,
you
oh,
have the decision to make, Wolf. I have no,
wow.
because I didn't even bring my phone. Like, I just went
Right.
running. Like, so
Yeah, but what
stupid.
do you
I didn't
do?
bring
Like,
anything.
hey, sweetie, I'm getting eaten right now. Could you send some?
Like, I couldn't even like use something as like a weapon if this
Right,
that thing decided to get at me. Like,
right.
I'm like, I am dead if you decide that I'm dead.
And I love when people say it's just like a big dog. No, it isn't. I've faced off Rottweilers, German Shepherds. It is not like a big dog. It's not at all like a big dog. A coyote is a dog.
Yeah,
A
a
wolf
wolf
is not a
is not a
dog.
dog.
It doesn't feel anything like a dog.
I don't even know. There's no good way to explain almost what it looks like. As stupid as that sounds.
No, it does not. I mean, I get why you're saying that, but yeah.
I did have an encounter with a bobcat. Like this again, the school where I was at was like in a wooded area, and it used to be like all woods. And I used to like go for a walk during my lunch break, and there was like this little pond area, and I would just walk back to my car where I parked it. And then all of a sudden, I see across the street like a bobcat, and I was like coming for where I was just sitting for like the last half hour. I was like, cool. Like I'm gonna go in my car. You're
Yeah.
gonna stay over there, and we're both cool, right? Like there's nothing you can do. Like you're not gonna outrun it.
But it also
Like it's
doesn't
like
look
it's
like
their
a cat.
choice.
Like
No, like
it's a
it's
bobcat.
massive. Yeah, it's cute,
Yes.
and it's probably really soft. But I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't need to touch you.
But
If you go back into the woods over there, we're both cool.
yeah, but it's also not like 6 pounds. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like a mountain lion. I get that. But I know exactly what you're saying. And I don't even think I've seen a bobcat, but like I've seen a wild cat and gone like, that is not at all like the cats. You know what I mean? Like that's
Nope.
not the same thing.
As a
Of course.
short tail thing, he was like,
I
I didn't know you lived here, but now we know each other, and now I know to never go back here again by myself. I respect that this is yours.
So Tab got bit by a zebra.
That was some wild stories.
Tab beats everyone. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to dip. I don't have to put a kid to bed. I have to put this kid to bed.
I'm just wrapping up my thing, so I appreciate you guys keeping me awake during this whole thing.
There you go.
And
See, we could all be productive together. I love it.
and do you just stay on after
missed
we
it.
all?
No, I think most people dip today because it was a stream. It's okay sometimes to not go all the way until like 1 o'clock my time all the time. It's okay to have shorter nights.
Sorry, I lost
It
all
gives
audio.
it gives me some sleep. It's not a bad
That's
time.
weird, Justin. We can hear you.
Just call him Justin.
Chris. Yes, I did just call him Justin.
I was like, wait, it's Justin here? And I didn't realize. It's like, my bad.
He's like, I just lost audio. And I'm
I
like,
lost
you're a
all
different
audio. You guys
person.
talking?
Do you hear us, Chris? No, I think you can't hear us.
Tab,
World.
jumping on a wild hog does not sound fun. No, it does not seem fun, Tab. That doesn't sound fun at all. Good night, Alex.
Night, Black Label. Night, Chris. You too. It was fun talking today.
It was.
I like
Thanks.
talking about history. History's fun.
Well, just know that I can't speak for the whole VeeFriends community, but I like your country.
Thank you.
I don't
I like it too
all
sometimes. I don't like all of it, but I like
Yeah.
most of it.
Yeah, but I don't like the stupid stuff that people here do. There are stupid
True.
people here that do stupid stuff. It's not the whole country.
That's the thing that unites the whole world. There's stupid people everywhere.
If we could just figure that out, I think we'd be a lot happier.
Yep.
All right, Anne, thank you.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. Everybody in the chat, thank you very much. I don't know who's still on here. Black Label, Brofit, Tab. I see you
Tab.
guys hopefully next week. I will think. I have to think.
Tab, I would
I'll make
never
it
make
happen.
it past first selection. Too many skeletons. Good night, y'all.
Night, Ben. Night, everyone.